be able to, or what is going to be able to complete a task when you need it completed immediately. And I understand that. But I would also argue that what someone or something has done over a long stretch of time in a system that is supposed to be based on merit should matter more. It's one thing if you bring in a guy who can get it done now. It's another thing to bring in a guy in a system that is based on a year-long competition who has got it done over and over and over and over again. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. The committee got it wrong. Okay? The committee got it wrong. Let's just get it on the table out of the gate. Hello, good morning. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. I'm Rob. That's Lonzo. Wonderful to have you. Lonzo, how was your weekend?
I would say according to the criteria, the committee got it right.
In what world?
Because part of the criteria was looking at availability of players. And I forget the exact wording, but the fact that the quarterback for Florida State was the team, and he was gone.
Was the team.
He was
Their
the team.
Their defense didn't allow 30 points all season long. He was the team.
Absolutely was the team. So
that's horse crap.
Yeah, well, that's what they decided.
That's horse crap. It's dumb as hell.
So am I going to have to push a button before this is over?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
Maybe. Just make sure that little 8's lit up on the board over there just to make sure. Just in case. No, you won't because I'm a damn professional. But the committee got it wrong. And if you don't think the committee got it wrong, and that's okay because we got 4 hours. Ding, ding, ding. If you don't think the committee got it wrong, then what the hell is the point of games in August and September and October? What's the point? Who cares if you lose one? It doesn't matter. Not one time have we had this discussion in 9 years of the playoffs, not one time. If a team went undefeated in a Power 5 conference, and at least once if they didn't, if a team went undefeated, they got in. Oh, but Rob, they're the better team right now. Cool. Show me your 100% correct pick rate in every game in college football, and then I'll believe that you know definitively they would not have won. Quick, send me the 100% pick rate that you were on this year, and then I'll go, oh, you're right. You're a very smart guy. You should be the guy. But none of you can, because never in the game of football have we ever gone, that team's clearly the favorite, and therefore, what's the point of playing the game? Why should we play the game? I'm going to be honest right now, Lonzo. If San Francisco and Kansas City make it to the Super Bowl, screw the game. San Francisco wins because they would be a 9-point favorite, so let's just let them play. What's the point? By the way,
yeah,
the same. I'm not done.
Kansas City ain't going to the Super Bowl.
No, they're not.
But you go ahead.
That was bad, dude. That was bad. We're coming to NFL later. The same people that said, "Oh no, this is it. The same people that said this is the team that does not deserve it, despite going undefeated. So the regular season matters. The same people were the people that were ready to send Oregon because they were a double-digit favorite over Washington. Remember that? Literally last Friday, when everybody was going, Oregon's going to blow Washington out of the water. Good run, Washington. Good try. Outstanding effort. Good job. And then what happened? They played the game on the football field, and Washington went out and got it done and are now going. Why are they going? Because they're a Power 5 undefeated champion, just like Michigan, who, by the way, sorry, Maize and Blue, everybody's catching smoke today, cheated their asses to a playoff, but we're good with that. We're all good. We put that on the back burner. Proven to have clearly broken definite rules. Clearly, we know that for a fact. That's not a debate. It's not a question. That team cheated. So what I got told by this playoff committee, what I just got told by this playoff committee was, it doesn't matter if you lose, And it doesn't matter as you cheat. It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter if you cheat. The only thing that matters is don't have one guy get hurt. That's it. That's what matters. Don't have one guy get hurt. You can cheat to a playoff. We're good with that. You can lose. That's fine. We don't care about any of that. The only thing we care about is you better not have a good player get hurt, because then we'll screw you. Then what? Never before has this been a discussion. Never before has this mattered. But now it does. Now it does. Now you can lose a game and go over a team that did not do that. And I'm not alone in this. I'm not alone in this. Let me tell you how I know I'm in a good spot here. I have been open over the past couple of years. I think he's a good analyst. I've called him out. I think he's a bad play-by-play guy with Booger McFarland. Booger called it a travesty. Don't worry, I got the audio. We'll come to that later. Oh, there's about 9 clips in there today.
I was going to say you added more then.
Oh, yeah.
Because I had everything
I came in
together,
this room late making sure I had everything I wanted.
I know you're going to think that I'm trying to cause problems here, but ACC, obviously the weakest conference, and the weakest conference got left out.
So what?
So you won the weakest conference. Big deal.
So what? It is never.
You want to prove you belong. Beat Georgia.
Fine. Then Georgia should go in over Michigan because the Big Ten sucks. And Georgia came in second and lost one game.
Apparently, the Big Ten doesn't suck.
The Big Ten sucks.
Michigan's number one. I mean,
and Georgia should go in ahead of Michigan, who not only cheated, but they won a crap-ass conference.
You're right. They cheated.
Yeah, and won a crap-ass conference.
And it's a better than ACC.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No. Stick Purdue in the ACC. You know why Michigan State, Iowa.
You know why they are? Because they're number one. I mean,
right.
they just are.
You can say that. Tell me why we're good with Michigan going, but not Georgia, if a loss doesn't matter, and especially a loss to a team inside the top 4, because this
argument is so familiar. I remember this argument from a few years ago when another Florida team decided to declare themselves national champion. Maybe Florida State should do the same thing.
Non-Power 5.
Why does that matter?
Because no Power 5 conference has had it stuck to them like this. It's never happened. Never. The teams this has happened to have been group of 5 teams, which by the way, great job, ACC. You're now a group of 5 conference. It's the Power 2.
I've always thought they were, but that's just me, I guess.
It's the SEC, the Big Ten, and bleep everybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alabama Invitation.
By the way, that's what you've been saying all along, that there's only 2 conferences left. This is just proof. I mean, so what you've been saying this entire year about the super conferences, this just proves that it's true.
We have been headed in that direction.
Well, we're there.
We are now because of in my opinion, soulless money grab to make this happen. This is not, it's merit. They're going to argue that it is. This is 100% because the folks who make the call understood. And I don't like it, but I don't personally care either. I've never cared. The reason Bama's in, are they a better football team today? Probably. Would they be a Vegas betting favorite over Florida State? Yes. And you know what? That doesn't matter. That's not how we have ever.
So if Alabama wins it all, which they probably will, if Alabama wins it all, do you think differently?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right.
I don't care. If you wanted to ensure yourself a spot, you should have done what Florida State and, by the way, every other playoff team that went 13-0 when their conference did and not lose. At home by 10. And by the way, bleep you, Auburn. All you had to do was not run the stupidest defense in the history of college football, and we wouldn't be having this talk. Actually, we would be, because Georgia would have still gotten in.
By the way, apologies to the stream. We're having some problems, and part of it is Rob is overmodulating.
Deal with it. Go to a radio.
Yeah, well, don't do that. Stick around. We love you guys. I do, anyway.
Crap. It's what it is. Rob, you get a lot out of crying content. Why do you hate the decision of keeping the ACC out? I don't care about the ACC. All right, this is not a conference thing.
You just were defending the ACC.
Oh no, I want everyone within that conference to understand you are now bleeped. You are, because here's the reality.
Rob, there was Clemson and everybody else. Clemson's not in. Nobody else matters but Clemson, and this is more proof.
I would agree if it was anybody but Florida State. Anybody but Florida State out of this conference. If it was Miami, I'd be like, yeah, that sucks. But that's just the message that it's Clemson and everybody else. After you have gone 8-4, Clemson, and after you lost to this Florida State team, you're on their level, okay? I'm not saying you're going to stay there. I'm not saying Clemson won't reclaim their throne next year if the ACC exists next year. We'll talk about that later. I'm not saying you won't reclaim the throne, but right now, you and a historic blue-collar program in Florida State are on the same level. And if they left Florida State out in this spot, they'd leave you out too. And everybody else in the ACC just recognize the College Football Playoff Committee not only just told you that you are a second-class citizen in the land of college football, but hey, you want more fun? Good luck recruiting. Because now, if there's a competition between, say, a five-star guy who's looking at Clemson and Alabama, Nick Saban, who whined and whatted his way to getting what he wanted, Nick Saban can now look at that guy and go, hey, young man, I know you're trying to decide between coming to Tuscaloosa and going to Clemson, and I understand that. I just want you to look at the ACC, and I just want you to recognize that even if you go there and you go 12-0 regular season undefeated and you go 13-0 and win the conference, you can't beat us no matter what you do, because there's nothing more Florida State could have done. They had 13 games in front of them. They lined them up. They knocked them down. So, no, good luck, Clemson, because now Nick Saban can look at a kid deciding between the two. Kirby Smart can look at a guy deciding between the two. And by the way, before you go, what about the Big 12? I'm sorry, where's Texas playing next year? They're an SEC team. So now all of those coaches in a heated recruiting conversation with anybody from the ACC can look it in the face and go, they can't beat us. We can lose a game, and their undefeated teams can't beat us. We have the committee power. They can't beat us. So why would you go to Clemson or Florida State or Miami or anywhere else, knowing now for a fact that if you go undefeated and win the conference, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. You can't go. Because the system is rigged against you. You can't go. Can't do it. And stop with, oh, it's Jordan Travis. It's Jordan Travis. It's Jordan Travis. Really? Because that's how, hey, Lonzo, in 2017, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. Do you know why Nick Foles was a starting quarterback?
I believe it's because the quarterback in front of him got hurt.
That's correct. Because the Eagles lost their starting quarterback. And what'd they do? They won the damn Super Bowl. It is the only sport. Could you imagine a world where the Chiefs go 13-4 and Mahomes goes down in the last week and the NFL goes, yeah, no, sorry, you don't get your playoff ticket anymore? Lonzo would flip a gasket, but we're all good with it here. We're cool with it now.
I don't know if I would do what you're doing, but I'm calmer in my older age. I am just curious, and I'm not trying to throw fuel on, even though that is what I normally do. I just want to say, if Clemson was in this situation, Clemson would have made it.
I don't know if that's true.
It absolutely is.
Why
true.
would it? What would be different?
Because of history, because of recent history. Whether it's supposed to count or not, it would, because Clemson has been in the national championship so many times. I think Clemson would make it.
Let's be very clear about this. Very clear. Bleep your history. I don't know why my thing didn't play. It doesn't matter. Bleep your history. This is 2023, not 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. It's not 1999 or 1989 or 79. I don't care. I don't care. Never before, in the 10 times that we have done this, never before has a Power 5 conference champion got undefeated and been left out. It's hot garbage. It's the Alabama Invitational, and maybe, if there's room, maybe we'll let you dance.
Were you this angry during the BCS era? because this happened to a lot of teams. There were undefeated teams that didn't,
Yes.
win the,
Yes. That's why we all collectively decided the playoff was a better idea. And let me be clear, it still very is. It's still a better idea.
It definitely will be next year. So I mean, I get you still would be angry, but probably less so next year because they would still be in the playoffs.
Let me be abundantly clear about this. I don't give a damn about last year, and I certainly don't give a damn about next year because you can't know that this team is going to be back next year. They brought Jared Verse back. Why? He told us on Saturday night after beat Louisville to win a championship. Jordan Travis came back. He told us on Saturday why? To win a championship. And those kids did everything in their power to make that happen, and they got screwed. They got screwed. Well, Rob, they wouldn't have beat Alabama. You don't know that. Just like Auburn wouldn't. And if it wasn't for the most ridiculous ass defensive decision in the history of college football, Auburn would have beat Alabama. But they would never. They did. You got lucky. That's it. You got lucky. This whole thing is a joke, dude. It's a joke. It's rigged. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. Texas says, Rob, I already told you on X the committee goes for the best teams per Bill Hancock, so let it go. Georgia will boat race Washington and FSU. Maybe. They might. But you don't know that more than I know that more than anybody else knows that.
How's Georgia going to boat race Washington?
They're not. He's saying they would boat race Washington.
Okay. All right.
Maybe.
All right.
But if that's the argument, Texter, if that's your take, then get on the phone line and start telling me that Washington should be at home. Here's the funny part. I don't know why this is. We're all good with this case. But if we're going the best, Georgia goes in over Michigan. They're better. According to Vegas, they're better. Georgia goes in over Washington. They're better. Hands down, according to Vegas, the Bulldogs would be favorites in both of those games. So why is Georgia at 6? Somebody explain it. Because if you're good with FSU catching the can, then you should be good with Michigan and or Washington getting left out.
Okay, Ohio State dropped from number 2, they were number 1 for a while, all the way to 6 when they lost.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Georgia dropping down to 6 is not that surprising.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Because precedent has already been set this season. This is probably the strongest 4 teams that I remember in the 14 playoff. I can't think of any other year where it was this strong, where you couldn't go and go, yeah, this team's going to win it all, because I don't know. And I like that.
Cool. Great. It's the old meme on the internet where the kid does a bunch of wrong equations and still comes up with the right answer. Hey, you got the answer right. It's a good 4 teams. Nobody's arguing it's a bad playoff. It's a real good playoff.
Okay, you hadn't mentioned whether it was a good playoff or not.
Oh, it's a great playoff.
Okay, all right.
I got no issue with the playoff itself. All I'm saying here is that it was a flawed process to get here. It was a flawed system that ended here. And I'm going to let Mike Leach explain it to you from the great beyond, coming up here in just a minute. Oh, and by the way, for those of you Clemson fans who were all over it, you know who else agrees with me? Eric McLean, former Clemson Tiger, now on the ACC net. Eric McLean agreed with me too. RG3 agrees with me. Booger McFarland agrees with me. The only guys, hilariously, that don't agree with me all work for ESPN. That's it. The list of people who are good with this decision all work for ESPN. Isn't that convenient?
I'm guessing Alabama people are fine with it.
Oh, Feinbaum's probably in the corner touching himself right now.
Come on.
We did it.
Come on. Why does he need a corner for that?
Unreal. All right, we're going to talk more about this, I'm sure. Your thoughts are welcome. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. Text us 71307, 71307. Texas says all 4 teams in the playoffs will be part of the SEC or the B1G next year. Cue the Super Conference with the top 50 to 60 CFP teams leaving the NCAA. Texter said Lonzo Bills Mafia is coming next to the Chiefs. Go Bills. Texas said Rob get over it. Florida State does not deserve to be in the playoffs. Georgia did. Okay, well then why aren't they? Use the same logic and explain to me why George is not. I'm good. I'm listening. I'm waiting. And I'm back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Cables.
All right, guys, real quick live read, and then I'm coming back. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. All right, dudes and dudettes, thanks for being here. Well done, Trey. A Divinals reference at 6:23 in the morning. I approve. Joe, that's not a question. Texas did jump FSU. Even if Georgia won, Florida State would have still been left out, and that's why it's garbage.
I know you, in your anger, you probably ignored the thing that I sent you on X, like, I think it was yesterday.
I think I've ignored
Missouri-
anything. I've just working
Missouri coach?
feverishly. I did see that. That was
Okay.
pretty funny.
All right.
That was pretty funny.
Is it, though?
Yes.
No, think about it. So, or is it just a joke? Do they just not care?
No, we're.
I mean,
it
is a joke, but is it a real joke? A joke because they know nothing's going to be done.
I mean, I think you can kind of say nothing's going to be done because nothing was done. This team's playing for a natty. I'm going to go to some of the audio here. I will go with number 3 to start.
All I know is on New Year's, I'm a Bama fan. Roll Tide. Take out them stinking Wolverines. Do you happen to know which cut you're going to first?
3.
Okay. Wow. Even the CEO has to talk like this. Wow. We got a shot at Boot Barn. I know you're serious. I know you don't want to get it, but we got a shot at a Boot Barn spot. We can do that, man. Even the CEO talks like that.
Do you see the trailer for Godzilla and Kong?
Yes.
I kind of love it.
I don't know.
I kind of love it.
I don't know. The baby Kong kind of threw me.
I kind of love it.
It's like Godzuki. I mean, come on. I don't know if you know Godzuki, but that's what it. Yeah, there was God. It's a
spawn of Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzuki. Yeah.
I will never say no to big monsters punching other big monsters.
And we don't know who the real bad guy is.
Well, we do with Scar King, who you got to go deep into the Godzilla
Look at you. I don't know of Scar King. Lights in the next break.
All right, I see everybody popping off on the text, and I'm going to get to all of them. I want you guys to join in. 844-326-3663. This is your sport, too. I'm going to start with this. I don't care, respectfully. And this actually hurts to me, okay? This actually hurts to me. Because the guy that I'm about to talk about, actually the guys I'm about to talk about, I very much like. I really do. I like Chris Fowler a lot. I think Chris Fowler is one of the best in the game right now. I think he's a fantastic play-by-play guy who never takes over the game but also keeps you invested in it. I think he's talented. That's why he does all the sports around the calendar. I'll be honest with you. My goal is to be Chris Fowler. I think he's good. I like Reese Davis. I think he's a good desk host who lets the guests shine but keeps the show on the tracks. I think he does a good job. I think he knows his stuff.
He was an awesome judge, by the way. You don't remember Reese Davis as the judge with Lou Holtz? And
yeah.
Right.
Lou Holtz. I like Reese. I like Chris Fowler. I like, and I may even be in the minority here, I like Kirk Herbstreit a lot. Now,
he kisses Clemson's butt every single to the point where it's just like, man, don't even act like you're from Ohio. You might as well just throw the orange on.
I think Kirk Herbstreit does what a lot of guys do, and that is basically just appreciates hospitality shown by different schools. And the more hospitality you show to Kirk Herbstreit, the more he's like, yeah, this place is amazing. I don't have any issue with it. I'll tell you this, I've been to a lot of football games. There have been very few experiences that I walked away from going, that sucked and I'm never coming back. Miami is on that list pretty much by themselves, right? So I get it. I like all these guys. But my goodness, are they toting the water right now, man? Like their backs are going to hurt from carrying the narrative, right? And I'm listening. Here, I lied to you. I'm going to go to a different clip than I played. Kirk Herbstreit, who is first on the list right now. I'm going to go to actually 4A out of the gate here, Zoe. Kirk Herbstreit has spent the last 3 weeks lobbying to get Alabama in over Florida State. He was lobbying that conversation before Jordan Travis went down. And after Jordan Travis went down, then he really ramped it up. And then he films his little 2.5-minute video yesterday after the selection committee made their announcements. And he gets on the camera and he gives this long thing, basically repeating the narrative. Oh, no, Jordan Travis, they don't deserve it. Like they didn't go 13-0. Okay? And then in the middle of the clip, he says this.
At the same time, I don't make up the rules. It's the rules that they created when they first put this playoff together back in 2014. That things like head-to-head schedule play a factor in deciding the teams. You look at your strength of schedule. You look at if you're a conference champion.
So he repeats the same thing everybody else said, and that's fine. I get it. That's all you have to defend this right now, right? Is some criteria. But then Kirk would go and basically pull well, don't be mad at me, you guys. No, bro. You were part of building that narrative. You were part of building the narrative that if they win, they still shouldn't go because Alabama. That's the reason, because Alabama. The reason Bama goes is because Alabama. Well, they had the best win. Oh, they beat a Georgia. If they beat 2022 Georgia, I'd agree. This is not 2022 Georgia. Georgia had the easiest schedule of any Power 5 team, and they still had some games, including their rival Georgia Tech.
I feel a little vindicated right now because I've been saying for a while that sports media writes the narrative, and you've just confirmed it.
Let me be clear.
Because you're basically saying that Herbstreit had the power to influence the committee by the narrative that he helped to write, and because of that, the committee chose who they chose.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this case.
All right. So
Wait,
next time I come in
no.
sports media, I'm going to
No.
remind you of this.
Because I think that there is a difference between the media and pundit talking heads. There's a difference between people who go out to games and do a good job covering events to bring you the news and information that happen versus guys like Feinbaum and Herbstreit who are company men toting the line and the narrative.
So studio guys.
Yeah.
Those are the guys who write the narrative because those are the ones that people watch. Those are the people that people think are the voice of record.
Sure. I'm willing to agree with you in this case. Okay? I'm willing to agree with you in this case. In no world up till this year has a Power 5 undefeated, any conference has a Power 5 undefeated conference champion been left out. It has happened now one time. There are two more this year. And again, don't give me, this clear the way, because I'm telling you right now, Georgia will be a favorite over Michigan. Georgia would definitively be a favorite over Washington. Washington's second win over Oregon is carrying them right now. And the Pac-12 is good this year. We've talked about this all year. They're still not getting the credit they deserve. That's okay. That's another conversation for another time. But Georgia would be a favorite over Washington. And if that is the metric we are using, then why not Georgia? They only had one loss to a top 4 team in Alabama in a championship game. It wasn't good enough for Florida State, but it was good enough for Bama.
None of this would have happened if the powers that be would have seen how supposedly lower tier football takes care of this. There have been playoffs, expanded playoffs in the other divisions forever. And they always use the lame excuse, the student athletes wouldn't have time and all this, all these things that made no sense. If they would have done this a long time ago, like what they're going to do next year, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I don't disagree. I am going to say, I think it's pretty simple. And I think I am going to be labeled, and maybe correctly so, even more of a cynic now than I was before. In that, I have said for years, much to the chagrin of many college football fans in different listening areas I've been in, this is why I do not give a when college football fans go, it's a better product. Because it's really all about the passion and the pride and the This is a money move, dog. This is a money move. This is we think Bama is going to get more eyes on the TV. So as Uncle Shannon Sharp correctly said back in 2017, welcome to
the Alabama Invitational.
Because that's what it is. They got the biggest brand, so they get a spot. Rob, they'd be favorites over Florida State? Probably. And you know how many other games that we dictate who wins based on who would be a favorite? None. 0, 9, nada. Not a one of them. None of them.
You knew this was going to happen. You knew absolutely Alabama was getting in when Saban spoke last week.
The Alabama Invitational.
There was no doubt that Alabama was getting in if they beat Georgia in the SEC championship.
It felt like it.
Right.
It
was preordained. The writing was on the wall. Somebody was going to be left out because Alabama was going to get in.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. It very much felt to me like this was a spot where it was. And by the way, before I get there, I still think Florida State's screwed if Georgia wins because Texas jumped Florida State, right? Texas jumped Florida State, as did Bama, which means that I'm so mad. Even if Georgia would have won, Texas would have jumped Florida State, and they would have just been going in the 4 instead of there because it is not about the results on the field. It is not about the games won and lost. It is not about the record. It's about eyes on the TV set. I am convinced now. I am now a jaded cynic. I will no longer be treating college football in an entirety. Individual schools, yes. I will absolutely always have an affinity for Running Down the Hill, for Sandstorm, for Osceola and Renegade, for Mr. Two Bits. I will always have an affinity for the individual traditions at different schools participated in by the fans. I will always appreciate that because I know what it means to you as a fan. I know what it means to you as a fan. But the game doesn't give a rat's patootie. The game does not care. The game doesn't care about the pride and it doesn't even care about the games. All they care about is getting eyeballs on the TV.
All right.
I don't even care. What is it?
Amidst all your anger, you know what today is.
December 4th.
Today is the day that the portal opens, including, according to 24/7 Sports, Ohio State starting quarterback Kyle McCord has entered the transfer portal.
Why not? Everybody blamed him.
Who is breaking news brought to you by, Rob?
BetQL, who have an amazing show every Saturday called Bet for the Cycle, hosted by Cody Decker and me. It's great. It's noon to 4 on the BetQL network. Sincerely, be a better, be smarter, beat the books with our friends at BetQL. I had a great weekend on the books. And BetQL helped with that. So make sure you check out BetQL. College football doesn't care about the games. They care about money. That's it. That discussion is over. It is dead to me. Texas and Florida State would have gotten in if Georgia won. Georgia, Michigan, FSU, then Texas. If Georgia would have done it, or Florida State, I got to go find the rest of that text, or Florida State would have gotten in, I don't think they would have. Why did Texas would have jumped Florida State? Because it would have made room for Texas, who has a bigger brand that ESPN and the media partners involved are fully invested in. ESPN, and I got this earlier. Well, don't they do the ACC too? Yeah. You understand that's why everybody's trying to leave the ACC? Because ESPN has them by the metaphorical short and curlies right now, and there's nothing they can do about it. The ACC is a cast-off. It is a nothing burger. Sorry, Clemson, you're in that group.
Well done.
You're a nothing burger. You are nothing to the committee. All that matters is how do we get the most viewers? They are influencers. It's the College Football Influencers Committee that determines every year who sets the field for the
Alabama Invitational.
Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere, please, and thank you.
Join me, Mark Ryan, with Offside this Wednesday from 3 to 7 at Ingles Markets at 10903 Anderson Road in Piedmont. We'll also be giving away a $25 Ingles gift card.
Kyle McCord's leaving. You know what this means? Arch Manning is the next quarterback for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Maurice Claret recruited
Ohio
him.
State in on his recruiting? I don't remember.
I believe so. I think, but pretty much everybody was, or quite a few. I think it's also breaking news because a big school, perennial top 5, top 10 school, starting quarterback for that school,
Yep.
jumped in.
Oh, for sure.
So why? I mean, is it because he can't handle the pressure and the stuff that comes with not playing up to par as to what fan standards are? Is there a move up if you're Kyle McCord? What's a team that's better than Ohio State for him to be the quarterback of?
Y'all have a let's see, 20.
No, that's I'm trying to get into the mentality of why. I get it if you're at a smaller school and you want to move up, but if you're at a school that's like in the playoffs every other year, why would you leave?
Do you have my guess would be you've got the next big thing coming in at Ohio State. Because there's no guarantee he's next year's starting quarterback.
Well, normally they don't worry about that. If you're good, they're going to put you in there.
Not if there's somebody better.
But there was a battle going into this year.
Right, that's what I'm
If you
saying.
remember, so that's why I don't think there's somebody in the wings.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan of State. Rob, Lonzo, you be a part of the radio broadcast as we discuss Florida State being left out. Michigan goes in as the 1 seed, undefeated Big Ten champions. Washington in as the 2 seed, undefeated Pac-12 champions. The 3 seed occupied by Texas, a 1-loss Big 12 champion. The 4 seed occupied by Alabama, a 1-loss SEC champion. Florida State falls to 5 as the undefeated ACC champions. Georgia, 1-loss SEC runner-ups. Check in at 6. Also, why is Georgia not ahead of Florida State? I know it doesn't matter, but if it doesn't matter, if Alabama gets to go in as a loss, and just because they're better. Because why? Because we said so. If they're better, why is Georgia not at 6 and Florida State at 5? I know it doesn't matter, but if you're going to do it, right? Let me grab clip number 6 here, Lonzo, if you don't mind. One of my favorite people all time in the land of collegiate football, Mike Leach, who back when he was at Washington State and the playoffs came into vision and we all went, yay. And then they went, and it will be selected by a committee. Mike Leach, in all his brilliance, said this.
You know, we're American. We love committees. Let's get us a committee. Well, who should be on the committee? Well, I don't know. This guy's a good guy. Let's have him on the committee. Well, I mean, there's people on the committee that don't even have remote associations with football, nor have they at any level other than being a fan. But you know what? Let's have them on a committee. Why not? And then we'll decide which 4 teams should go. Because you know why? We don't need to solve this on the field because we're the ones that know. And then, so, I mean, you know, if we're going to do it that way, we should just ask them at the beginning of the season, you know, just go ahead and you guys vote on it, figure out 1, 2, 3, and 4, and why even have the games? I mean, how can you call it a playoff when there's 4 teams? Conference champions don't even necessarily make the playoffs because you know why? Because the committee knew better.
America.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Pirate King. for nailing that. That's it. Florida State's not in because a group of dudes in a room, very few of them connected to
I
football,
think there's still
decided
still
they're not
women
shot.
on the crew too, right?
There's one.
Okay. Is it Condoleezza Rice still there?
No, it
or-
is not Condi Rice.
Okay. All right.
They're all administrators. They're all college administrators. They're 80s and they're college presidents. That's it. Texas said, I knew there was going to be a off Rob Brown this morning. Rightfully so. They screwed you. Texas said, when you go out and build a portal team through NIL and forget about depth, you suffer the consequences when you lose one of those top players. Okay. Stop. All right. You don't take away the chance of 80 other dudes who busted it from week one. And by the way, won not one, but 2 games after that, including going on the road and knocking off an SEC team on the road. Yes, Florida's bad. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying they went to a place where not only is it every year one of the 5 most difficult stadiums to play in, even when Florida sucks, it is one of the 5 most difficult places to play, and they are the most hated team in that stadium any game in a year. And they went in there without their starting QB, and they got it done. And then they went to Charlotte on the road and got it done against a top 15 team with their 3rd string quarterback. Not their 2nd, their 3rd. They won a conference championship against a top 15 team with a 3rd string quarterback. Stop with the, it's because they built the portal. Who cares? Who cares? They went by the rules. They got it done. They won every game. They are one of 3 teams in America that can say that. 3 teams in America that can say that. They're the only one that did not get a crack at it. I don't know what to tell you. Let me grab a clip 5B. I'll come to the all right, let's get a phone call in here. Who we got? I don't have my thing pulled up. I'm doing bad today.
Kevin.
Kev, welcome to the show, Big Daddy. Good to have you back, buddy.
Oh man, what's going on, my guy?
How you doing, partner?
Oh, just chilling, man. I just as laid out as you are about this situation, bro. Because if anything, you leave the 4th team open and leave the 4th place team and let them find a place in there. But Florida State should be in that top 3. Like, if anything, to me, you take Washington out because I mean they went undefeated, but they're not as proven as Florida State. But just because Florida State don't have a quarterback, they got to play down number 5 now, and they're the ACC champion. No, that makes no sense to me. Not at all. They got holes with a bad holes there. Like that's just absolutely nuts to me. And now I hope they go out and beat Georgia. Don't get me wrong. It's gonna be a good one. That's a good game to choose. But at the same time, they should be in this playoff, man. They undefeated. They ACC champions. They should be in the top 3.
I will start with this, Kev. I appreciate the take. I'm going to start with, I'm not giving Washington the boot. Washington went undefeated in the Pac-12 and won the conference championship by beating a top 10 team in a neutral site and getting it done. You know, just like Florida State did.
You're about
I'm
to
not giving them the boot.
about to disrespect the SEC, and you can't do that.
I don't give a damn about the SEC. Yeah, let's be real clear about that. I don't give a damn who you are, okay? I don't care. It does not matter to me. But we've been historically good. Well, then go read the history book. If you wanted a team in, then you should have done what everybody, but it's real hard. That's your problem. I don't know what to tell you. It has never happened before. Never happened before. Now, if you wanted to end up in that spot, beat Texas. We're not having this discussion if you beat Texas. I'll tell you right now, I said this to Brandon Walker yesterday. If all 5 Power 5 conferences went undefeated, if all 5 conference champs, Lonzo, were undefeated, leave Florida State out. No problem. None. I would not be having her. I'd go, hey, that sucks. Luck of the draw. You got 4 spots for 5 teams. You got the weak draw. That sucks. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. 2 conference champions lost the game and got to go in over Florida State.
So what you say is you hate Georgia.
No.
That's what you're saying. Because if Georgia won,
If Georgia won, they'd have been number 1. Michigan would have been 2, Washington 3, and in my opinion, Florida State 4. But I'm still going to think they'd have jumped Texas over Florida State. Why? Because that's what they did. Right? Like,
because Texas had a bigger win by defeating Alabama.
sure, great,
They-
cool.
But they did. I mean, come on. They did.
I'm not arguing.
Okay.
not arguing.
Your tone,
I am here
your
to
tone
acknowledge-
says something else, though.
I
All
am
right.
here to acknowledge and here to admit that Alabama and Texas both had a bigger win. Sure. You know what else they had that Florida State didn't? A loss. They also had a loss. Florida State got lined up against multiple top 25 teams and beat all of them. Alabama didn't. Georgia didn't. Texas didn't. So what you are telling these kids and every kid to come is that it doesn't really matter if you win or lose every game. Save your best ball till November. That's all you're telling them. Don't go out there in week 3 and bust it. Don't go out there week 3 and kill the game. Save it all up, stay healthy, and save your best ball for November because that's all that matters. This is about who looked good last, not who looked good most. Will they be underdogs? Yes, they would. And yet, never before have you called off a playoff game because one team was heavily favored. Hey, Dallas is going to go on the road to Atlanta in week 1. You think the Falcons got a freaking chance in that game? No. Do you think the NFL's going to go, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Dallas. Don't worry about it. Just get ready for round 2. You earned it because you're the favorites. And that's how we do football. We just go, they're favorites. I don't care about the accomplishments. I don't care about the record. I don't care about wins and losses. That team's the favorite, so they get to move on. Why play? Texas said an SEC team was always going to get in. I'm an FSU fan and knew we were screwed because ESPN got that new contract for the SEC from CBS. Yep. I'm not even going to pretend it's not money anymore. Not even going to pretend. I've tried. Texas said FSU should definitely have made it in. My issue is this. If a 3-point win is worth a 4-place jump for Bama, why was a 10-point loss at home not enough to keep them out over and undefeated? I don't know. It's goofy, man. It's goofy. Lonzo's going to try to soothe me and make me feel better with his sports flash.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the best salve in the world could do that. Defending champs took another shot last night as the Kansas City Chiefs fell 27-19 to Green Bay. The Packers won their 3rd in a row on the back of a 267-yard, 3-touchdown performance from Jordan Love. Patrick Mahomes went 21 for 33 for 210 with a touchdown and a pick. And Taylor Swift was there, and the Chiefs still lost. College football playoffs are set. Undefeated Big Ten champions Michigan will face 4th seed Alabama in the Rose Bowl, while the Pac-12 champ Washington will face Texas. Other bowls of note, FSU plays Georgia, while Liberty plays number 8 Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl. Iowa and Tennessee will meet in the Citrus Bowl. Tune in tonight, 7:30 for Monday Night Football as the Jags take on the Bengals right here on your home for the NFL, The Fan, Upstate. That's funny, Zach. By the way, you guys are throwing so many things up in here. So if we haven't commented yet, it's because, and I'm not complaining, there are a lot. And I don't know why his video is slower than his audio. He's talking about the Sports Flash. I need a cheerleader, James, because reading is difficult. I'm trying to do better. I just need encouragement. That's all.
access to 9 premier courses in the upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs, the Preserve at Verde, the Club at Brookstone, the Rock, Greer Golf, Liso Triad, Rolling Green, Pebble Creek, and more. Grab your foursome and hit the course with the Upstate Golf Card. Order yours today at upstategolfcard.com. $40 for a
As far as the Chiefs losing last night, it stinks, but at the same time, they win by a touchdown or less, or they lose by a touchdown or less. There were some good calls. There were some bad calls. I mean, officiating seems to be this year more of a factor in every sport, which is unfortunate.
The sky ablaze, synchronized to the music.
Sky ablaze. It's like it's on fire. The sky is on fire. Ain't no smoke, but the sky's on fire.
The 3 seed occupy.
How's your blood pressure, man?
Real good.
It's only been an
Real
hour.
good.
We'll have to test it at the end of the show. Lucas, I maintain it is the Brittany Mahomes Taylor Swift friendship that is causing Patrick Mahomes to be what you have said is mid. Really, it just comes down to a lot of dropped passes. And Valdez Scantling doesn't seem to be on the same page for some reason.
No, he doesn't.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, no, I heard it. I heard it the first time. Hour number 2
America.
of the Rob Brown radio program gets its start right now. Texture said, if the media is to blame, it's all the media. Remember, FSU is in the all cupcake conference, even though the ACC went 6-4 against the SEC and FSU was 2-0. By the way, 2-0, including a win over your Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but it wasn't Clemson because Clemson's the only team that matters in the ACC.
I'm kind of getting tired of hearing that.
I'm digging a little bit, but it does appear to be so, doesn't it?
I don't know. Like, if we kept everything the same, right? If we kept everything the same, but it was a tiger paw instead of a Seminole spear, would the decision have been made the same? And my thought is, yeah, I really do think so. I do think so.
See, I don't. Dabo would have lobbied the same way that Nick Saban
Mike
did.
Norvell lobbied.
Yeah, but he's Mike Norvell. He's not Dabo. I know how that sounds, but he's not. He's not Dabo. He's not the media darling that Dabo is. Whether people make fun of him or not, he has been everywhere when he speaks. If he was on there lobbying, he would have gotten Clemson in.
I don't know. I don't know. And I tell you why I don't know. I don't know because at the end of the day, all 4 teams that are in the playoffs are all SEC or Big Ten. All of them, right? All of them. And I think that if you are in charge of the SEC or the Big Ten, this is a shrewd business move. It is some evil James Bond villain caliber malicious takeover is what it is. Because here's the thing. If you're an ACC school and you are trying to get top-notch talent to come to you, they can now be told by SEC or Big Ten schools, hey, it doesn't matter if you go undefeated over there. It doesn't matter. Look, Florida State just did it. It does not matter if you're Florida State, Clemson, Miami, North Carolina, and you know that now, the people that are driving all of this expansion now also have the ability to determine who even gets a chance at the playoffs. Then I've got to think right now, I'm getting the hell out of the ACC, right? Now, I understand. Before anybody starts going, Rob, you're an idiot, and I know. Let me be clear. I understand it's not as easy as just going, screw this, we're out. We're done, we're gone, bye, and taking off. The whole grant of rights issue is still an issue, right? I'm telling you, if Florida State and Clemson could have found a way out 2 years ago or last year, this would not be a discussion because they'd be gone. And I do believe that if Florida State, like Texas, was moving to the Big Ten next year or the Southeastern Conference next year, I do believe that they'd be in. Because Fox and ESPN have a desire to put the focus there. I'll tell you one more conclusion I've come to, and then we got to get to our water cooler cheat sheet here in just a minute, because we do have a show to do. I think we're going to end up with two levels of college football. I think we are going to end up with an upper level and a lower level, because there is not going to be a reason for a Big Ten or an SEC to add Vanderbilt. Well, scratch that. They're already in. To add Wake Forest. To add, I don't know, Purdue. There is no reason at all for those schools to be added to a big conference. They don't bring anything to the table. And profitability is king now. Sorry, college football. You're just the NFL. You're just a worse version of the NFL. So those conferences have no reason to invite the little guys. Clemson, Florida State, and the like. And honestly, once the ACC disbands, the Big 12 as well, they can't get in. They're locked out by the machine, man. They're locked out by the machine. And because they are locked out by the machine, why, if you are one of the few schools in that conference that will ever be competitive, why would you stay there? Why would you not go to one of the conferences that actually gets a shot? You are going to end up with about a 24-team SEC, about a 24-team Big Ten, and everybody else can go kick rocks. Everybody else can take it somewhere else. And you're going to have, like I have been predicting for a while, you're going to have the Big Ten, you're going to have the SEC, and you're going to have the EEC. Florida State, Clemson, Miami, North Carolina, they're going to get into one of the big two because they're profitable. They're going to get into one of the big two. Everybody else, you can de-exit. Good luck. I wish you the best in whatever prop up, second level, lower level football competition structure you come up with. That's all it's going to be, is college football G League. That's it. Water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is time for the water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports at work with your friends. Let's start with item number 1. We won't spend a ton of time on it here because, well, we already have, but your college football playoff rankings are out, and the Noles are the team that is on the outside looking in, despite going undefeated despite being a conference champion at the Power 5 level. Florida State will be at home while the rest of the teams are playing in their bowl games. In the Sugar Bowl, number 3, Texas will take on number 2, Washington. In the Rose Bowl, number 4, Alabama will take on number 1, Michigan. Obviously, the winners of those two contests will play 1 week to the day later, Monday, January 8th in Houston, Texas, for your college football national championship. And I would like to wish all the best to all 4 participating members of
The Alabama Invitational.
Congratulations on making it to the. I really should play the clip that's from so people know what I'm doing here. Old Shannon Sharp. So your playoff rankings are out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to item number 2. Ordinarily, one game does not make the water cooler cheat sheet. So I'll do 2. Yesterday, the NFL got very interesting. Why? Because everybody assumed the Philadelphia Eagles were going to be a guaranteed 1 seed in the NFC. They did not just lose yesterday. They got hammered yesterday as the 49ers went into their house and beat them 42-19. Brock Purdy gets the emphasis on the name back. 19 of 27, 314, 4 touchdowns on the day for Brock Purdy. Jalen Hurts, 26 of 45, 298, just 1 touchdown. Did have to leave the game very briefly after taking a knock to the noggin. Marcus Mariota would step in before Jalen Hurts made his way back out on the field. A combined 46 rushing yards for the Philadelphia Eagles in the 42-19 But they were not alone on the list of Super Bowl contenders who had themselves a bad night. Lonzo's Kansas City Chiefs were featured as the Sunday night football matchup on the road at Lambeau, taking on the Packers. They were 5.5-point favorites. They lost by a final of 27-19. Patrick Mahomes looked pedestrian in this game. 21 of 30 for 210, a touch and a pick. And I got to say, that pick was incredible.
By the way,
the pick was incredible.
Pedestrian, I think that's an exaggeration.
I don't think it's an exaggeration at all.
No, he
every under he hit. He hit every under.
Yeah, well, it's not his fault that, guys don't catch the ball. And then there's the fact that Jordan Love looked pretty good yesterday.
Jordan Love looked real good. 25 to 36, 267. 3 touchdowns in that game, 1 in all of the first 3 quarters, a couple of field goals.
Maybe Kansas City learns that they're going to have to get a replacement for Tyreek Hill. Didn't need it last year because they had some guys who stepped up, a bunch of guys, but this year there's been a lot of drop passes and Mahomes does seem to be a little bit off. He does, and it's all Taylor Swift's fault.
I had a chocolate chip go down the wrong pipe. That was rough, which is dumb. We don't have a wrong pipe. We have one pipe. It's the same pipe. I had a chocolate chip go down the pipe.
Your pipe could be segregated somehow. I don't know.
Me. Okay, we're back.
See, they didn't need to know all that. I mean, I covered, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I did
hey, we love people behind the curtains. I'm going to say it again.
You sure
I don't know
good?
if I'm back yet. Hang on.
Sure you're good?
5 targets, 2 catches for Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Not the answer.
No, definitely
not the answer.
Definitely not. And Rashee Rice, who was good against the Raiders, not as good against
8 grabs, 13 targets, 64, and no touchdowns for Rice. It looked good out of the gate, and then it just kind of stopped.
Rob, I don't know if you noticed this, but it's really cold. I think that they just looked really cold.
It sucked.
That's what I'm going to go with. That they were just cold.
Yeah, let's go with that. And there is one item that is going up by itself. Let's go with item number 3. Your Carolina Panthers drop another one on the road, 21-18 yesterday afternoon on the road at Tampa Bay. Tampa didn't do anything wildly impressive. They had a $128 on the ground. They had 202 through the air on 14 of 29 from Baker Mayfield, who had a touch and a pick. BY 15 of 31, 178, no touchdowns, a critical interception late in the football contest. Chuba Hubbard had a day, 25 carries, 104 yards, and a pair of tutties on the ground. Would you look at that? Running the ball works. We should do that more. But the story is not the L. The story, Lonzo, and this is shocking. This is unbelievable. I believe that some Panthers fans were taken aback by this, and why not? All the high hopes in the world, and ladies and gentlemen, the Panthers are, make sure you're seated when I give you this news, when I hand you this piece of information, because I don't want anybody falling down and injuring themselves. The Carolina Panthers are officially eliminated from the NFL postseason contention. I know. I think all of us leading up to Sunday afternoon, we're having the thought of, so you're saying there's a chance?
Poof.
We're right there. All we have to do is win every game and have Atlanta and New Orleans lose every game. Atlanta, New Orleans, and Tampa lose every game, and we're right back in this thing, baby.
It's funny. So up to that point, they still had a chance to win the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad the NFC South still is.
10 going into that game, they were still alive in the division.
You got to laugh about it, because if not, I mean, you could really have some emotional problems.
By the way, I'm going to fist fight Dennis Allen. I'm going to fist fight him in a parking lot. First parking lot I find Dennis Allen in, hands on sight, dog. On sight, my guy. You are tragic at your job. Pathetic at your job. Unbelievably bad at your job.
By the way, my favorite things about the broadcast for the Panthers was the Keller guy talking about someone being too short to see over the line, and then them mentioning, why is he not back under center? Because when he was under center,
it was working.
Yeah,
they were playing well.
So they put him back in shotgun. And as far as the Saints goes, dude, what happened?
We suck. We suck. Dennis Allen sucks. Pete Carmichael sucks. Let me ask you this, Alonzo. You hand the ball to Taysom Hill. He's getting you about 4.2 yards per carry. You get down into the red zone. You're inside the 3-yard line. You need 2.5, frankly, to score. And after Taysom got you there on back-to-back runs, again, picking up 4, you need 2.5. What kind of play call might you go to in that spot?
You would think you would go to some more Taysom Hill.
Yeah, you know what they did? They put in Jameis Winston and threw the ball.
Well, because you don't want to cause a quarterback controversy. You don't want
one.
You don't want Taysom thinking he's actually a quarterback. You wouldn't want that to happen. Who did they lose to, by the way?
That would be the 9-3 Detroit Lions.
Wow.
And they lost by 5. I don't want to pretend like we got it hammered. We were down 21-0 in 6 minutes. We were down 21-0. 6.5 minutes, 21-0. And then barnstorm back to a 28-33 final.
All right, who led them on that barnstorming?
Taysom Hill.
Okay, all right.
That's not true. Derek Carr hit 15 straight completions to get us back into that game.
And then what? Did he get hurt?
And then he got knocked on the noggin and is
All right.
back in concussion protocol, which is now, I think, the 4th week in a row he's been in concussion protocol.
Yeah, that's not good.
At some point, you got to shut that guy down.
That's Troy Aikman territory. You gotta.
Yep.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Atlanta Falcons, who won an incredible 13-8 contest over the Jets yesterday. And by the way, are leading the NFC South at a stellar 6-6. Good job, everybody.
Compared to last year, I mean, they're blazing.
Golly.
They win 2 more, man. That's going to be amazing. Or whoever wins the South, if they could win it with 8 wins, wow.
What a garbage division. What a garbage. Everybody's garbage. Everybody's garbage.
It'll get better
When?
eventually.
2027? Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. In days gone by, This is where we would do the Robbie remix and remix the AP Top 10. I don't want to, so we're not going to.
Why, this would be the perfect time for you to do that.
1, Michigan. 2, Washington. 3, Florida State. 4, Texas. Shut up. Next segment. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read right here. Stay right there. We will be right back. right, dudes and dudettes, we are back. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, we are absolutely talking about Dom, head of Eagles Security. Did you see Dom, head of Eagles Security?
Is that the big dude?
That got tossed from the sideline?
Yeah, yeah.
Dom DeSandro.
Sorry, when I hear Dom, I think of somebody different. So
Dom DeSandro. What are we doing, huh? What are we doing here?
Section of 123 and 153 is open now through December 31st. Enjoy the magic of the season with family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
It's time to save big every day during our 25 days of deals at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 50% off select artificial Christmas trees.
Yeah, it's Dom's not a little guy either. I mean, he's not fat.
Dom DeSandro?
Yeah, yeah,
He's a large gentleman.
yeah.
Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pro Paydays are back for MVP's Pro Rewards members at Lowe's. Now through December 15th, you can earn 10% back in pay rewards via Lowe's e-gift card when you spend $100 or more on qualifying pay purchases. Plus, save $10 on a new and exclusive 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Drywall PVA Primer and Sealer. Lowe's knows pay.
Well, that would be fun to watch, Zach. I don't think Rob would go for that though.
Sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers is hosting the East Coast Public Auction in Pelzer on Thursday, December 14th, featuring construction and farm equipment, trucks, trailers, and more. Bid your way live, on-site, or online. JeffMartinAuctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License 4283.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate. Your guide to the gridiron. A maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool in the sports
Yeah, I don't plan on sticking on this for the entire show because I know it's going to drive some people crazy. But I also think it is the biggest story in college football right now. Not all time. It is the biggest story this year. Okay? A minute ago, I had a bit of a thought during the break there. All season long, ESPN has had a playoff predictor up on their website. And basically, for the last couple of weeks, you could go to that website, you could go to the playoff predictor, and you could punch in your results of different games. Okay, I believe X is going to beat Y, A is going to beat B, J is going to beat K, and it would tell you, based on ESPN's assumption of the criteria that would be utilized by the committee to pick their 4 playoff representatives, who they believed would be going to the college football playoffs. Well, the 4-letter still has that predictor up. So I decided, hey, let's just punch in the actual results from this weekend and see what the playoff predictor said. So I punched in that Alabama would defeat Georgia. They did. That Florida State would defeat Louisville. They did. That Iowa would fall to Michigan. They did. That the Longhorns would beat Oklahoma State. They did. And that Oregon would fall to Washington. They did. And in doing so, it was kind of very interesting. It said that Michigan, should the exact results of conference championship weekend play out, had a greater than 99% chance of making it to the college football playoffs. It said that Washington had a greater than 99% chance of making it to the playoffs. It said that Texas had a 55% chance of making it to the playoffs. It said that Alabama, despite winning the Southeastern Conference, had a 41% chance of making the playoffs. And it said that Florida State had a 97% chance of making the playoffs. So, when even the results, according to, and again, this is a computer program, right? A computer program that takes the metrics that have been input by some IT dork into consideration, and it runs through all those metrics and says, based on the metrics, including injuries, it believed Florida State had a 97% chance of making it to the college football playoffs. Bama had a 41%. So that 3% came into play. And I don't, and I can't understand it. Now, let me play you a couple of bits of audio real quick. I'm going to start with 5B, if you don't mind, real quick, Lonzo. Booger McFarland. Now, Booger seems like a dude I would sit down and share a beer with. I don't know him personally. I didn't like him as a sideline guy. Didn't like him as a play-by-play guy. Don't dislike him as an analyst. And yeah, Booger nailed it. Here's what Booger McFarland had to say immediately after the announcement that an undefeated Power 5 conference champion was being left out for the first time.
To me, this is a travesty to the sport, because we go out there on the field and we play the game. And regardless of whether it looks good at the quarterback position, regardless of whether we win with offense, whether we win with defense, the name of the game is to win. And that's a reason never before has this not been done. Winning a Power 5 conference, going undefeated, and not getting into the playoff. So I understand we want to look at style points and who are we going to get for the best matchups. But that's not what this is about. This is about understanding to get the 4 best teams. One team has a loss, and that's Alabama. One team doesn't in Florida State. And the fact that this committee could take a Power 5 conference champion that's undefeated, those kids have went out there and busted their behind and not get into the playoff based on the eye test. Mind you, this is the same Alabama team who needed a prayer in Jordan Hare to beat an Auburn team that lost to New Mexico State. So that's really what has me bothered right now.
Cool. Yep. Just that. Clip 5. Now, I'll go ahead and lay it out there for you before anybody decides to fire off the super smart guy text of course, EJ Manuel feels this way. He's a Knoll. Well, EJ Manuel's a Knoll for sure. He's also a frontline analyst for ACC Net, and he said this.
This is wrong, plain and simple. I think this goes against every single thing that you're taught as a Little League player, that it's about the team. It's not about one player. It's not about the quarterback. It's not just about the middle linebacker. It's not about the coach at times. And it seems like that's kind of been the situation in this entire debacle, the way I see it, because if you, as the committee chair, Boo Corrigan, who I respect a ton, says that Florida State is not the same team without their starting quarterback, Jordan Travis, that's obvious. We all know that. I agree with that too. Right. But ultimately, this team still found a way to be undefeated. So what's the problem? If you can go 13-0, you deserve a chance to then battle an opportunity to go to war one more time with your brothers in a semifinal in the college ball playoff, bar none. And again, going back to you saying Jordan Travis is not available, it really doesn't matter. If the defense can go out there and find ways to win, if you can beat Florida, your rival, with your backup quarterback, boom, check mark. You still win the game. Play great defense. You go into the ACC championship game with your third-string quarterback, first start of his career, Brock Glenn.
You didn't know until right now.
And you didn't know. It was a game-time decision, and you still win the game. You play convincing defense. You find ways to score on offense, whether it's, Wildcat quarterback with Lawrence Toafili. However you do it, you win the game. When I was 6 years old.
I think I just realized I forgot to edit that clip down. It's like 2 minutes, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's longer than that.
Okay. Well, we're good right there. I think you got the drift. I never want to hear another thing about how this game is supposed to teach guys it's all about the team. And no, it's not. It's about one guy. This decision was about either one of two things. Either A, It was a BS argument as a way to make sure that the SEC and Big Ten dominated the playoff field, or you have just told every college football team in America it's about one guy. Cool. Just own it. That's all I'm asking. Just own it. Eric McLean is a former Clemson Tiger guy. This is going to be clip 5A if you don't mind. Great one. Eric McLean is a former Clemson guy. Eric McLean was up there with DJ Manuel. They asked him about it, and he said this.
It was taken away from them. It wasn't given away. It wasn't on the battlefield where they lost it, and we're sitting here arguing about a one-loss team. It was a group of people that had nothing to do with the situation, that who knows how many have played at what level, that said, those guys, not good enough. Your defense, not good enough. Those guys cannot play at this level against these teams. That's what we think. I would love to see their pick'ems across the entire year. They 100%? Absolutely not. And so you have this undefeated team. How many undefeated teams have they been ever? And now you're telling me that that one is not good enough based on what? Based strictly on, well, we think this matchup will be better. Oh, this conference is a little bit better, so we're going to give it to them. That's despicable. And quite frankly, it's snatching away opportunity from kids. Yep. And it's just, it's sickening to me, man. That's the worst part. It's, right. Again, people that have zero to do with the impact of the game have all the impact of the game and take it away from people.
Okay.
Wow, you're going with that. You're going with the guy. Well, you never played the game, so what do you know? You're actually going with that guy.
No.
You go, because that's exactly what he just said. Well, they never were on the field at this level. They don't know. So that's a guy that people disparage for doing that kind of stuff, but because it's here, it's okay. No. Quit saying that. There are people who've never stepped on the field who know football probably better than you do.
So, you know how I feel. I've made it abundantly clear when I have discussed past players turning into broadcasters about they were on the field, therefore they're the smartest guy in the room. I don't believe that to be accurate. I never do. I don't think that's the point he was making. I think what he was saying there is...
he said it multiple times, but okay.
I think what he was trying to say was that a room full of guys and a gal who have not played at that level just made a decision that said, we actually know better than the results on the field without comprehending. Because here's the one thing you can say, okay? I'm not going to sit here and say, do I think Eric McLean knows ball better than me? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, I do. I'm not going to fight about that. The guy's a super smart guy. I've met him in time.
Okay, I will. I will. You can't prove that he knows more than you do. He can't prove it.
I'm not going to get into a you-know-what-in contest over who's a super smarter guy, me or Eric McLean.
Yeah, because you are.
What I'm going to say is, and appreciate it, I'm flattered. I'm
even though he disparaged you because you haven't stepped on the field at that level. So how are you even supposed to be in this studio right now talking about football because you've never been out there on that level? So what would you know?
Again, that's not the argument he's making.
That's not the guy I would use to defend my anyway.
I think the argument that he is making is that there is one thing that somebody who has played the game is 100% always going to know better than me. And that is the feelings and emotions on the field in a game. It is the feelings and emotions in a win, in a loss, during a play, when you're in a battle. I will never know what the emotional and mental turmoil is to play at the highest level of college football. I'll never know. I'll never know what the emotional and mental turmoil is to play football at an NFL level. I can understand the bubble screen as well as anybody else, and I can understand the right and wrong ways to run it, the right and wrong ways to defend it. I can understand all that. I can sit here, I think, and break down football with just about anybody, but I can never know what it will feel like for Jared Verse to have sat in that room yesterday afternoon and watched Alabama's script A popped up in the final playoff spot. I'll never know. And so I think what McLean was pointing out there was you set into motion this sport where you have said wins and losses matter. And if you, and for the past decade, you have said, if you go out and you get all the dubs, you get a chance to go play. You get an opportunity. Doesn't matter what's happened. Nothing else outside of that matters. If you go out and you get all the dubs in one of these 5 conferences, you get a crack. And the committee looked, and without allowing them even a chance, the committee looked and went, no, we're better than you. We're smarter than, we know better than you. We know better than you that Alabama and Texas are deserving. We don't care that you went 13-0. We don't care that you won 2 games with a backup quarterback. We don't care that your defense didn't give up 30 points to anyone in America, including the Heisman Trophy winner. We don't care about any of that. We know the right outcome, and we're not really worried about the kids in the locker room. We're not really worried about any of that. You guys know that I'm a very big believer that sports teaches you lessons as individuals. It teaches you lessons as a team. I absolutely believe that. But deciding who wins the championship, there's a point in time where you have now sent the wrong message that kind of contradicts all of that. And I got a problem with it. I do. I have, and I will. This isn't a McClain knows more ball than anybody else or Rob Brown knows more ball or anybody else. This is for a decade, if you win all of your games, you are rewarded with a chance. You're rewarded with a chance. And FSU is the first team to win all from a Power 5 conference to win all their games and not be afforded a chance. And I got a problem with it. Corey says the committee would rather leave out an undefeated conference champion than not have the SEC in the playoffs. Yep. I feel like that's the case. I really do. All right, when we come back, transfer portal is open. Texter says the message they sent to FSU is life isn't fair. Very important lesson. Okay. That's, sorry, respectfully, Texter, that's such a dumb thing. Sports is supposed to be the one place where it is fair based on your accomplishments. If sports isn't fair, if you are just going to tell me sports ain't fair, then what is the freaking point of me watching them? What the hell is the point? I'm back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
By the way, guys, we broke the news about Kyle McCord last hour. Just haven't really talked about it. Yeah. So, and JB, I wonder, I'm not sure that this would be the case. Maybe he knows his coach isn't going to be there. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Maybe people have been informed that he can't beat Michigan, and that he's going to be gone. Or this is all about Arch Manning, who was like 3rd string in Texas, but he's going to come and be the savior at Ohio State. But you can absolutely look at Ohio State and probably say with a better quarterback, they beat Michigan. What would your suggestion be to calm Rob down after the show? What kind of tea? What kind of tea works? Is it Earl Grey? What's the best kind of hot tea for Rob? And when you come back, or next time you have a chance, take your video down and bring it back up and see if it works. Because maybe some warm milk. I hear that works. Nice warm milk for Rob. Got a full kitchen downstairs. Maybe there's some milk down there. Who knows how long it's been down there, but maybe.
Warm milk is gross.
I don't know if I've ever had warm milk.
It's
so,
gross.
what was the occasion where you actually?
All right, is this better? Testing. 1, 2.
No, you
3.
froze.
I froze.
Yeah,
Even
you
better.
completely froze. So.
Even better. I'm just going to exit out and come back.
That's what I meant, to take it down and then come back. Because they want more of me. Now you got more of me. I don't blame you. I feel pretty. I'm so pretty. He's back. We'll see if it works.
La la la. Check
Look at
one.
that. Look at that.
Did that work? Am I
It,
back?
it appears to be fixed. I agree, JB. I do, but that's also a problem. Ohio State's been spoiled by their depth at quarterback, and this year when you have a quarterback competition going into week 1, it's a warning flag. I liked it better when he was a kung fu movie. It was awesome, especially when he got animated and he was doing all that stuff, and then the voice would come in after that. That was cool. It's like watching Jackie Chan in Drunken Master.
You're just trying to tick me off now. Now you're just having fun. You're like, I can't bring him back, so let's just push him further away.
Well, yeah, but you're acting like I don't do that every single day.
I'm very sensitive today. All right. Doug Gottlieb just.
I won't play the whole thing because I care.
Doug Gottlieb just tweeted, would any of you Florida State got screwed people bet your salary that they would beat Michigan without Jordan Travis? Of course you would not.
Would you with Jordan Travis?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
It was 22-0 against Iowa when it got down to it. Yes. Michigan is a good team. I've been saying all year they're a good team. But there's a reason J.J. McCarthy's throwing the ball 9 times a game. There's a reason.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the signals anymore, so he doesn't know what the defense is going to do. Because as soon as all that came out, he stopped throwing the ball.
And
it looks a little obvious to me.
as I said back in the early show, back in the beginning of the program,
Way back then.
way a long time ago, an hour and 45 minutes ago, which feels like a lifetime ago at this point.
It does for you. I'm good.
As I said a lifetime ago at 6 a.m., the message I got here was cheating, no big deal. Not a problem. Losing, no big deal. Not a problem. Don't you dare have a player get hurt. Don't you dare have a player get hurt. And especially don't have the audacity to go win a game with a third-string quarterback making his first start with less than 5 hours of notice.
Audacity.
Don't you dare do it. Don't you dare. We don't care if you cheat and steal signs for like a long time. We don't care if you do that. We don't care. We don't care if you lose. What we do care about is if one guy out of 22 starters goes down. That's what we care about. That's what matters. We don't care that your third string quarterback had less than 5 hours to get ready for his first start on a championship level. We don't care about that. We don't care that your third string quarterback had less than 5 hours to get ready for a conference championship game and won the game against the top 15 team. We don't care about that. What we care about is the Vegas line. This pick, as I have said, was made based on one of two things. It was made either on A, we are going to shoehorn as many SEC/Big Ten teams in as we can. Welcome to the party, Texas and Alabama, to the 2023.
The Alabama Invitational.
Or the other metric that they used was the Vegas line, which, as we all know, is how sports determines championships on the Vegas line. Why would you play it? Why would you play the game? Doug Gottlieb, of all people, a guy known for his college basketball coverage. Could you imagine, though, if I did this in the land of college basketball? We're not going to put UMBC in there, despite meeting all the criteria for making it to the dance. We're not going to put them in there because Virginia's a 24-point favorite. We're not going to send Furman down to Florida, even though they did everything they got asked to do to make the tournament. We're not going to send them down to Florida because Virginia's a 22.5-point favorite. Doug Gottlieb's head would explode, but for some reason, we're good with it here. We're good with it here. A team that needed a bleeping miracle to get by Auburn. A miracle. The prayer at Jordan Hare was needed to get by a 6-loss Auburn team. That's the team you're sending? With their starting quarterback, by the way. With a healthy Alabama. Needed a miracle to get by Auburn, but oh yeah, they're definitively and clearly better because they beat not 2022 Georgia. They beat Carson Beck. They're definitively, no questions asked. I don't get it. Let me ask you the question. If we flip the script and Jalen Milroe, they beat Georgia, but Jalen Milroe suffers a season-ending injury to Georgia in the fourth quarter, do you think there is a snowball's chance in Hades that Alabama's getting pulled, that they're putting Georgia in, that they're going, hey, we know they won the game. We know they outright won, but Jalen Milroe's unavailable, and that's enough for us to knock Bama down. Hell no, they wouldn't have done that, and you know it.
It's because they're not in the worst conference in football, the ACC.
And how's that Florida State's fault?
It's not.
By the way,
they can leave.
The worst
they could go
conference in
somewhere
football
else.
that went 6-4 against the SEC. The worst conference in football that has more bowl-eligible teams than any other Power 5 conference. That's the worst conference.
I have said this ever since I've been on this show and probably since the beginning of this station because I was there. Clemson is the ACC. If Clemson's not in winning the ACC doesn't mean anything nationally. I understand it means stuff to people around here, but nationally it doesn't. I appreciate you not breaking that because that thing swung pretty close to.
I had full control.
Did you?
I'm good at this.
Okay.
I'm good at my anger. I'm good at angering. I don't care. I don't care. If that is the case, then just go ahead and say now, screw the ACC. You're not welcome here. If you are not Big Ten or SEC, you don't get to play. Just say it. Put it on the table so that everybody else can just
It's
mentally
like those
prepare
unwritten
themselves.
rules in baseball. You don't have to say it. Everybody knows it. Why
Here's
do you
my
need to
favorite
say
part.
it?
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. This is Booger giving his speech. Have you seen the clip of Booger giving his "This is a travesty" speech?
I'm not really a fan of his. So
Have you seen the clip?
no,
Okay.
because you know when some people start talking, I just move on.
So, I've said before, I like Booger. I'm not a huge Booger fan, but I like him. He does okay. Booger is sitting at the desk with Who was it? Reese Davis.
By the way, I was watching that when that happened. So, yeah, I did see that.
He is sitting at the desk with Reese Davis, Greg McElroy, and somebody else. And he goes on this, this is a travesty rant.
Yeah, McElroy looked afraid. So
Yeah, because McElroy knows he's part of what just happened, right?
What?
By the way,
is that why he was afraid?
That would be Greg McElroy, who, as a backup quarterback filling in for an injured starter, went to the playoffs. Greg McElroy.
If someone was in this room for the first time, sitting in, I'm talking about this very room that we're in right now, and they saw some of your reactions today, they probably would be afraid too.
Should be.
So, wow.
Should be.
Wow.
Here's my favorite part about this clip.
Let me contact HR.
As Booger McFarland is accurately and correctly pointing out why this is a big deal, there are three other guys on the desk. Reese Davis, Greg McElroy, and I apologize for not knowing the other gentleman's name.
You mean the guy who played for Ohio State?
Sure.
Joey Galloway.
Is that Joey Galloway? Good. And Joey Galloway. And as soon as Booger starts talking about how this is bad for the sport and it's a bad look, all of them go like this. They're all trying to stop him. It's amazing. It's amazing. All three of them at the desk are like, whoa, Booger, stop. And my even more favoritister part. ESPN took a commercial break before they announced the fourth playoff team. Do you know what the last commercial they showed was for before they announced the teams? The Southeastern Conference. Now, I'm not saying it's a vast grand conspiracy. I am saying it's pretty damn funny to me.
We don't have time for the music because we're at the end of the day.
Don't worry, we'll come back. It's pretty funny to me that ESPN goes to break, runs an SEC commercial, comes back from the break, and then announces that a one-loss SEC team got in over an undefeated Power 5 ACC champion. That is friggin' funny. And then you went to Reese and the rest of the gang, Galloway and McElroy, all doing their damnedest to interrupt Booger McFarland from, making a perfectly valid point. A perfectly valid point. They're all like, stop. Dude. Here's a prediction.
I thought all that stuff was scripted, so you get so much time and bullet points and things. I don't know TV, but I'm guessing you have a producer going, okay, that's enough. We need to move on to the next guy, because everybody has to get their own time. And he was going over his time.
Not even close.
He
spoke for
the debate buzzer.
He spoke for less than 50 seconds, and they could not shut him up fast enough. Here's a prediction for you. At some time in the next week, Booger McFarland is going to be pulled from college football broadcasting on ESPN. Watch it. Back after Lonzo's incredible sports flash now.
If he does, it's because he's not that good. The Atlanta Braves made a big acquisition yesterday, making a trade for Mariners outfield Jared Kalenic. Thank you for, putting that out.
Welcome.
Yeah. The move was a money dump for Seattle. Kalenic was a .253 hitter with 11 home runs. Kalenic is under team control until 2028. It was another loss for the Carolina Panthers as they fell on the road 21-18 to Tampa. Rookie Bryce Young went 15 of 31 for 178, no touchdowns and one interception. But Chuba Hubbard, not Chuba Hubbard, as the guy said on the broadcast, crossed the 100-yard mark, rushing for 104 and 2 touchdowns. With the loss, the Panthers are the first NFL team officially eliminated from playoff contention. We are your home for fun and football. Tune in Friday night as the Paladins playoff continues. Furman takes on Montana at 7:30 right here on the Fan Upstate. Maybe we'll get to some Kyle McCord talk eventually. I don't know. Maybe.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policy you had to purchase for your previous.
I'm not trying to make him mad on purpose. These are actually my opinions.
50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for you.
I don't know, Nigel. I don't know because I'm trying to figure out if he, as we age, as we get older, you see people get hyped in a certain way. You start to be concerned for their health. So I'm good with him being heated as long as he doesn't, overheat. One thing I'm not going to do is change my opinion to go with other people's so it doesn't cause a problem. Because,
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional foods, they have the PF Challenge, where scratch-made dishes come from
I'm guessing voice to text didn't work too well for you there. Just maybe. I mean, because I've never heard of a war patch before, but if there was one, Rob would be wearing one right now.
I think, man, I'm on the war path.
Yes, I know.
And
That's what I was saying. Voice to text will do that sometimes. I find sometimes when I'm doing voice to text, if it doesn't get what I'm saying, I put a Southern accent on, and for some reason it understands it. So I think my AI that controls whatever I say, because I'm not going to say her name, I think she's actually Southern. Ooh, I forgot to do that. I probably should do that. Yes, you did, Zach. Yes, you did. Always better when angry or dancing, whichever one. I wasn't worried about him breaking the mic stand. I was more worried about it swinging into the monitor. That was my concern. These mic flags don't stay on real well.
No, they don't.
And with the amount of torque he put into that swing, I was afraid I was going to fly off. It's so inside, Zach, but it's hilarious. That makes me laugh every single time. Wonder if that guy's still around. I bet he probably is. Is that how you spell conniption? Wow, I've never seen it spelled before.
If sports are going to be deemed unfair, as some of you have hit me on the text line with, Rob, the lesson to learn here is life's not fair, then what is the point? Then why should I care? Why should you care? Why should anyone care other than the people who are given the advantage of whatever? We watch sports. I used this analogy last week with Rashad Beard. Sports to us is like gambling. We know we are going to lose far more than we win. But you do it anyway. And you do it in the hope that next time that you reach up and you pull that little arm on the slot machine, or the next time that you put a coin down on the roulette table, or the next time that you tell the blackjack dealer, hit me. The number or the card or the thing on the slot machine symbol or whatever is going to be the one that you need to come up. That's going to come up, and you're going to hit a jackpot. I am a New Orleans Saints fan. Back in 2009, I pulled that slot machine arm one more time. And what happened? The jackpot came up, and I got a Lombardi. And it felt like a lot of time and energy and effort. We're all justified in that moment. It was an emotional high that sports has not recreated for me since then. And every year I walk up to the machine and I throw my money in and I pull that lever one more time. But do you know what happens to a casino when somebody goes in and they find out that the tables are rigged? That casino dies. Because while I understand the odds are against me, I don't expect anything less than the odds against me that they know they are, not you tipping the scales more. And it feels like that's what just happened. It feels like that's what just went down. It came off the curtain, that showed that, yeah, there's somebody with their thumb on the table. Sitting over there is a group of men and women who have their thumb on the table, and they get to dictate how the game ends. Not you. Not you. Not anybody else. They get to dictate how the game ends. And when we pour so much into sports because we love sports and they are an escape from the dumpster fire that is planet Earth in 2023, I expect that to be the one spot where I can go, at least the playing field's balanced. And I just got told it's not. All right, let me get to a bunch of texts because I'm not going to do the whole thing, the whole third hour on this. I feel like we've done enough. But you guys control the show.
This is me looking at you and not believing anything that you're saying.
I got more stuff. We got to talk about San Francisco dominating Philly last night. We got to talk about Kansas City losing to 6-6 Jordan Love and the Packers. I can do the next 2 hours specifically on how I want to fist fight Dennis Allen in a Costco parking lot if you want.
Why does it have to be Costco?
So I can go get a hot dog and enjoy my victory afterwards.
Okay. All right. Maybe get some bandages for your bloody knuckles.
Dennis Allen would beat me up, but it's not going to stop me from trying. All right. Texas said, you like wrestling, right? Welcome to the NCAA football entertainment, the NCAA-FE. I agree. And of course, they set the field for, oh, why isn't my thing playing? Dadgummit. I was on a roll and everything.
Maybe that's the
The
thing.
Alabama Invitational.
Thanks, Shannon. You missed your mark.
Who's the heel?
You missed your mark.
Who's the committee's?
committee.
The committee's the heel?
They're the NWO, man. You can't beat them at this point.
I would say they're the general manager, the laptop.
Texas says, I am enjoying off Rob Brown from Spartanburg J.
Yeah, you should be in this room though, man. It's scary in here. You should be afraid for my health. I'm worried.
Texas said, this is the first year I really have been into college football. Leaving FSU out makes me want to just forget it. Auburn should have beat Alabama. Yep.
Yeah, jump back to the NFL. It's better anyway.
I mean, at this point, Texas said, maybe you guys should quit trashing the ACC. Keep calling them the all cupcake conference, and this is how it manifests. Let's be clear. There's only one person. Now, I will say Lonzo is absolutely in lockstep with that one person, but there's only one person who calls it the all cupcake conference.
Let's say his name. Let's say his name.
Mark Ryan. I got no problem saying it.
It's Mark Ryan's been saying that forever.
Yeah.
I never heard it till he got here.
You are arm in arm with him, Mr.
No.
Clemson's all that matters.
No.
You are right there with him.
Because Clemson, until the last 2 years, hasn't been a cupcake. They've been national championship caliber. They're just not anymore.
Right,
and,
but no one else
and
but them matters.
Where they go,
so therefore the conference doesn't matter.
ACC goes.
Right.
Absolutely.
So,
that's a perception of, I believe, in my opinion, the majority of the country.
That's fine. But this texter is absolutely correct.
It's all your fault because you badmouth. So if you badmouth something, it will come to be. Because there's some things I badmouth and they're still there, unfortunately.
The reality here is that the perception of this conference, despite having more bowl-eligible teams than any other Power 5 conference, despite having a winning record over the Southeastern Conference, with people calling them the all-cupcake conference, and with people saying that Clemson matters and nobody else does, the perception becomes reality. And in this case, I think it did.
Okay, so I have to extend my hand in apology. It's my fault that Florida State got
You
left
don't have
out.
to do anything.
All right. I'm not really sorry.
You don't
I'm
have
not.
to do
I believe with all my being,
That's fine.
my large being, my overly large being, that the ACC is only Clemson, and it has been for a very long time. The ACC has started to catch up with Clemson, and Clemson has fallen back. But it's going to take a few years to get the respect from other teams to get the respect that Clemson has got. And it just didn't happen this year.
I'm not saying any of that is wrong. I'm just pointing out the reality and that this texter is correct. Texter says if Bama had FSU's exact situation, they would have been put in the CFP. That's 100% correct. Texter says, spot on, Rob, nothing but SEC bias. They ignored that Alabama was absolutely lucky to beat an average Auburn team the previous week who had gotten beat by New Mexico State University. Yes, they did. That game doesn't count. All that counts is the last one. That's all that counts. Let me address this text. Oh, Texter said, did they not let Ohio State in and they won with their third string quarterback? Correct. Ohio State University won a natty with a
By the way,
string quarterback.
very controversial. People were up in arms, but because it was, a lot of people were mad about that.
Mhm.
They were angry. I don't want to say tirade because I don't want to say that you've been tirading. But there was a lot of anger going around that they didn't deserve to be there.
Let me take it back.
But Florida State's not that Ohio State.
Let me take it back.
They're not.
You don't know.
Sure I do.
You don't know.
Sure I do.
Furman wasn't going to beat Virginia, but we sent them down there and they did.
Sure I do. You know why? Because I played at the Division III level of football. That
You know
makes
ball.
that
You know
makes me
ball.
know more.
I get it. You know ball. You nailed it. Look, we do not. Cardale Jones took over after was it the Michigan game that he took over, and then his first start was the Big Ten championship, right?
I'm old. That was a long time ago. I don't recall the exact.
I want to say
time.
you lost your starter in the Michigan game. Cardale took over. He played. Now, the difference here, and I will tell you this, it's style points. The difference was Ohio State beat Wisconsin in that Big Ten championship game 59-0. And everybody went, oh, maybe they are good. But the point here is going into that game, Wisconsin was going to win. Everybody knew it. Everybody just knew Wisconsin playing Ohio State's third string quarterback. They just knew they were going to win. And then they played the game, and Ohio State beat the hell out of them and went to the national championship and won the damn thing. Could Florida State do that? You can't tell me there's no chance. You can't tell me that. All right. Texas said the All Clemson Conference is nothing without Clemson. Really? Because there's a 13-0 team in it. Did Clemson get to 13-0? Remind me? No, it was just the Noles? Okay. Texas said, what about the fact that Alabama barely got past the University of South Florida? Yep. We are casually inconvenienced. See, this is the thing. They are now telling me that those games don't matter. All that matters is your last two games. What matters is your last two games. Honestly, not even your last two games. Because if you're judging by the last two games, Alabama needed a bleeping miracle to get by Auburn that lost to New Mexico State. So all that matters is your last game. That's it. That's all that matters is your last game. Texture said, Frank and Gaffney said, Rob is spot on about FSU being left out. Thank you, Frank. Texture says, even if you are ticked about FSU, you have to be pumped for Bama, Michigan, right? I hope Michigan wins by 90. Sorry, Lonzo, you are about to put up with maize blue brown for the next 3 weeks because I hope Michigan rolls Alabama by 90.
I joked about HR before. You come in here and rock Amazing Blue, I'm going to have a discussion with them.
Deal with it. I don't care if they cheated. I hope Michigan wins by 90. I hope they win by 190.
They're not.
They're not.
They're not.
But I hope they do. Texas says, does anyone want to see Florida State get curb stomped by Michigan? Because that's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's what was going to happen to TCU last year too, remember? How'd that go? Do you remember, Alonzo, what happened to that game?
They found out about the sign stealing, and Michigan didn't have enough time to fix it, and so they got their butts whipped.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, TCU was going to get hammered by Michigan last year too.
Allegedly.
Until they didn't do that. So they didn't do that. All right, now let me address the text because this texter has sent this about 90 times this show. And I'll go ahead and read it and address it. In fact, let me even go back and make sure I have the full text in context. So hang tight for me. Here it is. So why is it okay for the NIL to be about the money, but not the playoffs? And yes, Clemson would be in. The NIL is just as corrupt as the playoffs. Can't criticize one without criticizing the other. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I absolutely can. Because the NIL goes to players to make a decision about where they want to play football. The committee gets to straight up flip a team off and go, you don't even get a shot. With NIL, a player can go anywhere they want, get a shot to play at that school, get a shot to make some money, and if the team is good enough, win a natty. That's not the committee. It's an entirely different animal. The committee making what I truly now believe to be a financially incentivized decision about who should get in and who should not means that there are teams that are starting in the rearview mirror. They are starting in the rearview mirror. And for the record, not only are they starting in the rearview mirror, they are starting in the rearview mirror and can't do anything about it. If you can go 13-0, if you can win a Power 5 conference undefeated and not get in, there is literally nothing that could be done. There is nothing that they could have done. What could Florida State have done better? It doesn't matter.
Kept their quarterback from being injured.
Yeah. Not have Jordan Travis go down to a freak injury. That's it. That's it. And oh, by the way, as we all know, the national championship is decided by sending the quarterback out to midfield for a wrestling. Oh, no, what's that? There's 21 other guys that play, 11 of them that aren't even on the field at the same time as the quarterback. What? What? There's 21 other guys that play the game, not just that one guy? My goodness. Break the glass. I had no idea. Breaking news. The quarterback doesn't play by himself. I'll be dadgummed. Who could have thunked it? It's trash, man. It's trash. It's a trash decision. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. And by the way, I blame two schools for this. I blame Auburn for not finishing Alabama, and I blame TCU for getting trounced by Georgia last year. And we're all going to pretend like TCU didn't beat Michigan. We're all going to pretend like TCU didn't beat the defending Big Ten champ.
If you're going to blame them, you also need to blame Cincinnati. You also got to blame just about every year of the 14 playoff, one team that did not belong. There was always one. That's why I'm saying compared to all the other years before, this is probably the best year on paper as far as how good the teams are that are in the Final Four.
I actually would not disagree. I think as 1, 2, 3, 4 goes, you got a real good 1, 2, 3, 4 based on current power rankings and not what has been accomplished from week 1 till now. Why am I going to get jacked up about week 1 football next year? Why am I going to get jacked up about week 2, 3, 4, or 5 football next year? They don't matter. It doesn't matter. Weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are irrelevant. All that matters now is the last 3 weeks of the regular season and the conference championship. That's it. The only reason to get jacked up is, can your team make a conference championship game? That's all that matters. Because if they can, doesn't matter if they have a loss. Can you make one? Actually, scratch that. Can the B1G and SEC teams make a conference championship game? That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if you make it in the ACC. Doesn't matter if you win it in the ACC. All right. I do want to stop with this. I do want to stop with this. But you guys keep hitting me on the text line.
You're going to get acid reflux or something. I mean, it's going to be a tough few days for you.
That's fine.
Maybe a tough couple of weeks.
That's fine.
Rob, could you please not let this ruin your Christmas?
Please stop with the argument of miracle wins. Florida State had 2 games, Clemson and Boston College, that they should not have won. First off, I think they should have won the Boston College game. Again, I've said all year, more than anybody else, including Alonzo, Florida State doesn't get the scoop and score. They don't win that game. But here's the thing. You know who else has miracle wins? Every team that wins a natty. The point here that I'm making is Alabama, to me, just because Travis went down, doesn't just get the free pass despite losing a game. They don't get the free pass. That's all I'm saying. The free pass. Texter said, maybe a question for your lawyer, brother, but does FSU have any legal recourse to go after the committee for leaving them out? I don't think they have legal recourse for getting left out. I will say this is interesting. Somebody pointed out earlier, I think it's far-fetched. I don't think it's a reality. I don't think anything's going to come to it. But there is somebody that pointed out that Florida State could theoretically, and again, let me be very clear, I don't think this is going to happen, but could theoretically sue the committee for damages done to the program because of the recruiting pitch that just got handed to everybody in the SEC and the Big Ten. And frankly, Clemson could join on that if they wanted to. Again, I don't think it's going to happen. It's a far reality to me. But, and this is why I said earlier, Clemson fans, you should care about this too. Because unless you're back in the playoff mix next year, if you spend one more year mired in mediocrity and not in the competition, and hell, even if you do 13-0 and win a conference and you can't go to the Natty, good luck trying to take kids away from Bama or Auburn or Georgia.
Well, you can. You just can't do it in the ACC.
I mean, that's it. That's it. So if I'm recruiting that 5-star who's going back and forth from Tuscaloosa to Clemson, you just got a sales pitch tossed to Alabama to win. That just is what it is. Let's take a break. We'll come back. I do want to get away from this. We got a lot of NFL we got to talk about. I am not ready to break down national championship games. We also need to talk about Wednesday night in Little John Coliseum because Clemson plays South Carolina in a little shooty hoops, Alonzo, and somebody's taking their first L that night. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Smith and James.
All right, guys, one more live read right here, and then we're back. Don't go anywhere. BRB.
Factors like careless outdoor debris burning, lax campfire safety, and improper vehicle and equipment use are the leading causes of wildfires in South Carolina. Please think before you burn outdoors or operate spark-producing equipment. Let's cancel wildfires, South Carolina.
Sponsored by the South Carolina Forestry Commission, the South Carolina Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to the Christmas Station, Magic 106.3, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with Magic 106.3 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play Magic 106.3. Season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app. Partly sunny and nice, high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com. Introducing
Chumba. I do it every time now.
A social casino that's free to play. Head on over to ChumbaCasino.com now to join in on the fun. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited.
It's a catchy jingle.
Yeah, but both of us still do it wrong every time.
How we doing?
We're doing. It's not what.
Chumba.
See, that's not what it is. It's
What?
chumba,
Oh.
and we keep doing the other thing. That's what I'm saying.
This Christmas. For more, go to leosanta.com. Leo Santa, presented by Inario Law, with special thanks to Long Heating and Air. Rise and shine, sports
All right, I'm going to get away from it, but you guys drive the conversation. Tiger Pal Rachel says, how many times did they put Notre Dame in without a conference championship and watch them get absolutely blown out in the playoffs? Here's my fun thing. We have all been saying for years, what? Notre Dame should have to join a conference. Notre Dame should need to join a conference. Why would they now? Why would Notre Dame join a conference now? They've got a lucrative TV contract, and you just got shown that winning your conference guarantees you nothing. All Notre Dame has to do is go 12-0. They don't have to worry about a conference championship. There's no reason to join. Texture said, Rob, why are you acting like this is going to be a problem going forward when it's not? Because the playoff expansion happens next year. Another texture says, Rob, 12 teams next year. Who cares? The same reason, Texter, the same reason that if somebody came and robbed your house, I wouldn't go, oh, it's okay then if you told me, but I'm getting an alarm put in next month. If you told me I'm putting an alarm in my house next month, I would not go, oh, well, then the robbers are off the hook because, you know, you don't have to worry about it next month. Somebody got robbed. Somebody got robbed. And you're telling me it's okay because security measures will be in place next year. Isn't this okay? What's that got to do with making it right for the people who got robbed this month, year, whatever? It doesn't. Doesn't help them. Doesn't change anything. Yes, it means that Florida State, if this was next year, would not only be going into the playoffs, but they would have, likely, the most favorable path in the playoffs going forward, right? If we set up the playoff bracket this year, FSU would open with 12-0 Liberty. And if they beat Liberty, they would catch Alabama in the next round, the lowest of the top four.
So they would go against the other team that got left out of the playoff this year, the other undefeated team.
Correct. The non-Power 5 undefeated team.
Why does that matter?
Why does Power 5 matter?
Undefeated, still undefeated. There was another Florida team not too long ago who were not in the Power 5 and declared themselves national champions.
Correct.
So maybe Florida State should just do that.
Correct. Oh, I hope they do.
Make a trophy, you know,
Yep.
have a celebration,
I hope they
bring
do.
everybody into the stadium.
They are already selling the "if you can't beat us, cheat us" t-shirts in Tallahassee. And I'd be lying to tell you I don't want to get one. Imagine your texter says, imagine your text line if this was Clemson getting screwed like FSU did. I wouldn't have prepped a minute if this was Clemson. I wouldn't have prepped a second if this was Clemson. I'd have just come in here.
It wouldn't happen to Clemson. So
I'd have just come in here and said, the phone lines are open. Have a ball, everybody. Lonzo, good luck on the dump button today. I'd have kicked my feet up and done like Paul Feinbaum and just had the dregs call up and say bad words into the radio. And I'd have been totally fine with it. Have a ball, everybody. Without a doubt. I would have pulled a Feinbaum, prepped nothing, and just let y'all carry the show like he does on the regular. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. All right. And by the way, again, let me be clear. Yes, I know we're going to 12 teams next year. Yes, I know FSU would go in next year. This is not next year. This is this year.
I will say I was sold a bill of goods that has not happened yet by you, Rob Brown. I was told floodgates would open up at this moment, or even before this moment on Monday morning. Where's the flood of transfers? I mean, Kyle McCord, that's a big deal.
It is 8 o'clock in the morning.
What?
It is 7 o'clock in the morning next, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning in California.
Well, the flood needs to happen while we're on the air, not while other people are on the
out.
air.
That checks
I mean, come on.
It is transfer portal day number 1. Today, the day that players can officially enter themselves into the portal. We do know that Kyle McCord, this year's starting 11-1 starting quarterback for the Ohio State Buckeyes, is today's first name in the portal. And the quarterback list of teams in the portal is like real long. Like good quarterbacks too, right? These aren't a bunch of nobodies. These are guys who were 11-1, 10-2, 9-3, played on some rough teams, looking to upgrade.
Except for McCord, who played on a team that lost their final game, and that was it.
Yep. Kyle McCord in the portal. Max Johnson in the portal. What's the kid from Moore? The kid from UCLA? Is that actually? I think who is it? Michigan State had 3 quarterbacks on the roster, and all 3 quarterbacks went into the portal. Good luck, Justin Smith. I wish you the best. Going to a team that's got 0 quarterbacks on the roster. It's pretty impressive, man. Pretty impressive. All right, let's do this. Texture says, as a Notre Dame fan, spot on. Notre Dame is wise to wait out this CF and join the coming mega conference, and that is coming sooner rather than later. Yeah, that's it. Pick your landing spot if you're Notre Dame, right? You are the crown jewel out there right now. Pick your landing spot. Who's going to pay you more?
Or don't. Just stay where you are, because you know now with the playoffs as they're going to be starting next year, you're probably in every single year you're in the playoff.
Yeah. Just, play you 4 teams from one conference, 4 teams from the other conference, schedule a couple of the EEC, the group of 5 and EEC teams that are not going to land in the Big Ten or the SEC, build a 12-teamer, go undefeated, go 11-1 and get yourself in. Don't worry about a conference. The only reason Notre Dame would join is because the 4 conference champs, the highest 4 conference champs, get an auto bid, but it doesn't matter. If they go 10-2, 11-1, they're going to be in every year. So pick your spots and pick your schedule, because winning a conference championship is not the end-all be-all. And like I said, I do believe that had Georgia beat Alabama in the SEC championship, Florida State still would have gotten left out because Texas jumped FSU in the final rankings, right? So it would have gone Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Washington 3, Texas 4, FSU 5, Ohio State 6, probably Alabama 7, Oregon 8. Wouldn't have mattered. They still would have got left out. I went into Saturday thinking it's real simple. If you are undefeated and you win today, this weekend, you're playing for a playoff spot. And the reality was, if Texas and Alabama won, FSU never had a shot. They were playing under a false pretense. And I just have a problem with it, man.
Let the record show that I tried to divert the show towards something else, and it didn't work.
Again, I maybe it's just me. Now, I know it's not me. I've got a bunch of texts coming in both ways. I got a bunch of y'all telling me that I'm a whiny baby and I need to shut my mouth. And I got about half of y'all going, yeah, this is a screw job. It's an absolute screw job. Brett didn't screw Brett. The committee screwed Brett. In favor of
the Alabama Invitational.
So, anyway. Texas said, why didn't the committee rank Texas over FSU before now? What changed at the end? I'm going to tell you what they're going to tell you it is, Zach. What they're going to tell you it is Texas dominated in their conference championship game and FSU didn't. And all they're telling you there is all that matters is the last game. It's all that matters. All the other games before that didn't matter. Texas was dominating. Florida State didn't. So we don't care that Florida State was undefeated. They don't care. That's it. That's all they're telling you. And again, don't like it. All right, let's take a break. Talk NFL when we come back or whatever, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Text line's open, 781-307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. Gotta hate looking at Paul Feinbaum's stupid smirking face today. Look at him. Look at us, guys. We did it.
His baby New Year ears are
Alabama
nice and
Invitational.
shiny today.
Congratulations to Michigan and Washington, Texas, and Alabama on their participation in
The Alabama Invitational.
Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Yep, we talked about that a minute ago, Joey B. 100%. If this was Clemson, I would not have prepared a note this morning.
But it wouldn't be
Not a
Clemson because Clemson would be in.
At the expense of Alabama?
Yes. No, Texas would be in.
Can't take Texas out. They beat Alabama.
No, Clemson would be in. Texas would be in. They find a reason to.
It's all stupid. Yes. Alabama beating LSU, good. Florida State beating LSU, meh. That's exactly correct. All right, give me 35 seconds. All right. Sorry about that. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me.
Injury wreck on southbound I-385 at Haywood Road. Construction along I-26, that's causing delays on the westbound side in between Asheville Highway and 292. And construction as well eastbound Asheville Highway as you approach I-85 Business Loop. From the News Talk 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Laura Houston on the Fan, Upstate.
Nobody wants to go through the holidays dealing with joint pain, right? Well, hey, it's Rob Brown, and listen up. QC Kinetics has got a little holiday gift for you. It's a voucher for $500 off your first joint pain treatment. That is right, $500 off. Whether it's your knees, your hips, your shoulder, your back, the QC Kinetics voucher applies to any area, but this is a limited time offer, so don't put that call off any longer. QC Kinetics is the largest regenerative clinic in the country with tens of thousands of satisfied patients who were able to get lasting relief with no surgery. No
Not all teams do, Zach.
So
Just the majority of them.
today and ask them, how do I get that $500 off voucher? They'll walk you through the steps and get you started on your way to relief. Do not wait. This is a limited time offer, so call for your free consultation today at 864-448-3772 in Greenville and Asheville. 864-448-3772 is QC Kinetics.
Tis the season.
Season for what?
For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show.
Where's that?
At their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Do we need tickets?
Yes, you can pick your dates and times, even by fast passes at upstatelights.com. We should all go together.
The Upstate Holiday Lights.
So how do you bring in the Viper Randy Orton just to make the bloodline look better? Randy's coming back for that just so he could lose to Roman Reigns. I mean, yeah, he's going to beat up Jimmy. Yeah, he'll beat up Solo eventually.
Well, I think you played up the whole angle of him being friends with Cody. There's no saying he can't be the piece that helps Cody eliminate the numbers advantage for Roman Reigns. He never said, I'm coming for the belt. He just said, I'm coming to get even.
That's true. Only way he can face Roman, though, is if you face him for a championship because he ain't wrestling unless it's a title match.
I want a angle like we had with Canyon, where it's just Randy RKOing random Blood Run members, but not in matches, just randomly in the background of other promos.
It still amazes me being in the well, knowing Randy was there, and still not seeing him come in until the out of nowhere is just it's an amazing thing when you're looking for it and he still gets you.
It's Joey B.
EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes.
Yeah, last night I was on the Clemson subreddit, and it was just like a ton of Clemson fans going, bleep FSU, but I feel real bad for him.
See, not going to feel bad for Michigan. No matter, probably I would like to say there's hardly anything that could make me feel that way.
I would feel bad for, including my rivals, any team that had what FSU just had happen to them.
Not me.
Yeah, no, Alonzo was right. I'm not getting away from it yet. We'll talk NFL next hour. Next hour is college football playoff free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We will not once mention the Alabama Invitational next week. We won't do it.
It's not me.
I know it's
you.
not
You just gave me that look like
Alabama
what do you do? There you
There it
go.
is.
See?
It doesn't mess my buttons up. Mess my buttons up. Texter said this decision now allows 0-loss conference champions to be seated below teams with losses in next year's playoffs. Also so dumb. Yeah, I've heard this a couple of times. People are like, hey, why not? Why is this a discussion, Rob? We're going to 12. Well, here's another reason. Top 4 teams all get a bye, which means that you could have the committee deciding in a case like next year that an undefeated team's got to play in week 1 while a team with the loss catches a bye. Both conference champions of Power 5 conferences, but one catches the freebie, one catches the get right week, one catches the get healthy week, while the other one's got to play and probably play a decent football team based on what? Texas said the committee needs actual rules and a get away from subjectivity. I would love to agree with that. The problem is the sport's so big, I don't know how you could come up. And I really do think this is the big sticking point. And I think this is the sticking point that has made us lean this direction. There's 2 ways to make it happen. We either have an objective set of rules, which is what the NFL playoffs are, right? We know how those work. The top overall seed gets a bye. The 4 division winners go in. They all play at home in the first round. The 3 wild card teams all have to go on the road. Doesn't matter what, if you're a wild card team with a better record than a divisional winner, doesn't matter. You didn't win your division. Your punishment is a road game. There are an objective set of rules. And yes, I would prefer that at the college level. I would prefer an objective set of rules. With a 12-team playoff, you do have kind of an objective set of rules in that the top 4 conference champions go, right? ACC, Big 10, Big 12, that's pretty much it. And SEC, obviously, is pretty much it. The 4 conference champs are going to go. Everybody else is seeded. But now seeding matters because the first round is going to be played on campus. So we could have a team that does more on the field throughout the course of the season, but they got to go on the road. I mean, there's just a lot. Like, people think this is just all over now because we're going to 12 next year. It's not. It's not. You were talking about having to decide who's catching the 10, 11, and 12 seeds. It's subjective, but because it is so difficult to come up with an objective set of rules, if A, you're this, if B, you're this, if C, you're this. If you do this, you get to host. If you do that, you got to go on the road. College football's so big, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to come up with an objective set of rules. And so the only other option is a subjective ranking. That is, we're going to put a bunch of dudes and dudettes into a room who may or may not know ball and go, give us why is that committee any more important? Why don't they add 100 sports media writers to the room, right? Get 2 guys from every state, 2 guys and 2 gals from every state. Let's open this thing up. Why is it 10 dudes and dudettes locked in a room who, by the way, don't have to tell us the criteria? They're all spouting Jordan Travis today. But why would they never let us in? Why is this not done publicly? Why aren't there cameras allowed in the room, right? It's all supposed to be above board. Stick a camera and a dozen mics in there and let's hear what they say and why they got here. It's not going to matter because they're more important than you. They're more important than me. Shockingly, somehow, against all odds, they're more important than Lonzo, which is unbelievable.
You're going too far, man.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. This whole thing, like I said, it's broken. Texture said, Rob, this travesty this year was designed to prove to us why we need a 12-team playoff next year without controversy and with it being very clear who the top 4 is. Why do you need extras? I mean, again, I don't get it. Listen, I'll tell you why you need extras. Pick any 4 you want in the top 6. Any 4 you want. Kick out Washington and add Georgia. Kick out Michigan and add Florida State. Whatever. Say Michigan cheated. They don't deserve it. They're out. Florida State's in. Hey, Washington's good, but they weren't dominant. Georgia was. We're going to put Georgia in there because their only losses to the new SEC champs. They're in. Hell, take out Michigan and Washington. Put in Florida, Georgia both. Pick any combination you want. And the reality is the next 2 teams have a damn good argument. I'm not saying Texas and Alabama don't have a great argument. They absolutely do. I'm just saying one thing has mattered until now it doesn't. That's why. This is, yes, I am team 12-team playoff. I am team 12-team playoff, and that's why. Because even though you can only have 4 Power 4 champions next year, that doesn't mean there aren't going to be 2 or 3 or 4 other teams that are very much good enough to win the Natty. And if there are, 12 teams gets them in, theoretically speaking. But now we're just going to move the argument to who should be 5, 6, and 7 and get a more favorable matchup in round 1, and who should be 10, 11, 12 and make it in. Texas said, Rob, same argument next year between 12 and 13, maybe different level, but same argument. Yes, correct. That is why, I'm not done with why did the committee make this decision? Because they're still going to be making decisions next year. It's just going to be about who gets a better draw, who gets in at the tail end of this. And I think those are important conversations as well. Texas said, you see, I think if this was next year, FSU was in it for a committee totally banking on people forgetting. No, see, here's the thing. And this is something that has driven me wildly crazy for a very long time. A very long time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we all forget. It doesn't matter if we all protest. It doesn't matter if we all collectively, if consensus, 100% of us went, this is a screw job. And I don't think it's anywhere close to 100%. I don't think it's a majority that disagrees with me. Even Joey B, noted Clemson fan, came in to the stream chat and said, the CFP committee has done something I always thought was impossible, which is make me feel sorry for Florida State. How you or me or the media or the fans or anybody else feels about the committee is irrelevant. They have all the power, dude.
If you feel sorry, you don't truly hate them. Because if you truly hate something, you can't feel sorry about it.
No, that's you. That's you. You want to know how strongly I feel about it?
I speak for the people, man. I am the people.
Take FSU out. I mean this. Call me a liar if you want, but it comes from the depths of my dark, icy heart. If this happened to Texas A&M, I would feel bad for them. And I think I've made it abundantly clear how I feel about Texas A&M. If this happened to the Aggies and they lost their starting quarterback in the last couple of games and they got the boot from the playoff, I would go, this sucks. I feel awful for them. Would I have rooted for them to get beat by 45 in the semifinal? You're damn right I would have. But I still feel bad about it. I still feel bad about it. It doesn't matter who my favorite team is. It doesn't matter who my least favorite team is. Whoever this happens to got screwed. End of discussion to me. Well, Bama's a better team on paper. All right. And? Why have teams play 12 teams or why have teams play 12 games anymore? If that's the case, let's let Florida State and Alabama take the North Alabamas and the South Alabamas and the Northeast Southwest Directional School for the Blind. All those schools can come off. Shrink the schedule down to 8 games, right? Because those games don't matter. None of those teams are coming in as favored. Forget that those teams win all the time. Forget that New Mexico State beat Auburn. Forget that South Alabama beat Oklahoma State, who played in the Big 12 championship game. Forget all of that. Because the way we determine this stuff is who's better on paper. So I don't want to see South Carolina Furman anymore. I don't want to see Clemson v. the University of Alabama Birmingham. Take those games off the schedule. Shrink college football to 8 games. Let Vegas pick who their favorites are at the beginning of the year and just start a mini playoff. That's it. Just start the mini playoff. Because what else is the point? What else is the point? If we are picking games on paper, then what else is the point? Well, it's to create the most entertaining matchup, which is true for TV dollars. But if y'all are going to sit here and point to me about the sanctity of the sport, I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the sanctimonious takes about why college football is better than the NFL. I don't want to hear it because it's not. In the NFL, if your starting quarterback goes down, if you earn a playoff spot, you go to the playoffs. I don't want to hear it. I don't like the NFL because it's all about the product and the money and the okay. Well, so's college football now, officially and done.
It already was. But
It was.
I mean,
But now it's on the table.
okay. Now it is for you, is what you mean.
Oh,
Okay.
I think it's now. It is for. It's been that way for me. I knew that, and I've told y'all that for years, and I've gotten pushed back on. I will not take pushback anymore. College football is no longer about the sanctity of the sport. It's about making sure that the brands get paid. Nothing else. Sorry, McAfee, you can't say for the brand anymore. That's now the official slogan of the college football playoffs, or as we call them around here,
The Alabama Invitational.
Lonzo's about to make you feel amazing and warm and fuzzy on the inside with a sports flash.
Yeah, for those of you still saying about Kyle McCord, we know we broke it. So Kyle McCord, by the way, has put in to be in the transfer portal this year after leading Ohio State to 11-1 record. Not sure where he's going. College football playoffs are set. Undefeated Big Ten champions Michigan will face 4th seed Alabama in the Rose Bowl, while the Pac-12 champs Washington will face Texas. Other bowls of note, FSU plays Georgia, while Liberty plays number 8 Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl. Iowa and Tennessee will meet in the Citrus Bowl. Number 22 Clemson will face unranked Kentucky in the Gator Bowl on December 29th. The defending champs took another shot last night as the Chiefs lost. They fell 27-19 to Green Bay on Sunday Night Football. Speaking of football, tune in tonight 7:30 for Monday Night Football as the Jags take on the Bengals right here.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up and
Trust me, if this had happened to Michigan and they got left out, I'd be laughing my butt off about it. I'm not going to feel sorry for that.
matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
That is absolutely true, Zach. It could. But my team didn't make it in. So, you know, and they didn't deserve to be in. I think everyone's trying to goad me into going, oh no, Kyle McCord has left. What's Ohio State going to do? Arch Manning's on the way, dude. I mean, I don't know if he solves anything or not, but he's on the way. If not, they'll find somebody else.
Let's check the old portal tracker.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't think he was the answer anyway. So maybe that's why I don't have a problem with him leaving. No flood. No, yeah. People still standing at the gate waiting until what, 9 a.m.? So at 9 a.m., that flood that I was promised is going to happen. We're going to be overwhelmed with the flood.
It's just not a ton of huge names yet.
We're going to be up to our neck in transfer portal
Michigan
news.
State defensive lineman Derek Harmon, who is very good, is in there. 439-yard catcher Vanderbilt. Wide receiver London Humphreys is in there. Ohio State's defensive backs Cameron Martinez, Kai Stokes, Ryan Turner, and running back Evan Porter have all entered, along with Kyle McCord.
Yeah, I don't know about that. crud. Please. Short.
Grayson McCall 1 year era.
Means Ohio State's going to be running Wildcat all year long.
He was angsty and he had a point to prove. After a decade of having college football in a stranglehold, this dominance does not go out in a blaze of glory. It goes out with a...
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
Morning. And check this out. You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Should I read Brad Crawford's story where he says who would be in the market for Kyle McCord? Yes, I will.
The final hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate, a college football playoff free hour.
The Alabama Invitational.
Of the show.
Well, it's already not because you mentioned it and then you played that.
I mentioned that I'm not going to mention it.
But if you mention you're not going to mention something, then you mentioned it.
But I'm not mentioning it. I'm mentioning it that I'm not mentioning it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got it. We are keeping an eye on the transfer portal. It is officially open as of today. Of course, it is 8 o'clock in the Central Time Zone, 7 and 6 in Mountain and Western Time, respectively, Pacific Time, pardon me. So I suspect it's going to get busier as the day rolls on. We do have a few names that are in already. Ball State tight end Tanner Kazoil is in there, a 6'7", 240-pound tight end, good for 10 touchdowns over the last 2 seasons. Michigan State defensive lineman Derek Harmon is in the portal, 40 tackles, 16 pressures. 16 pressures.
I mean, pressure.
16 pressures. 3.5 tackles for a loss and a sack while playing 459 snaps this season. Vanderbilt wide receiver London Humphreys is in there, 22 snags, 439 yards and 4 touchdowns as a freshman this year.
Good move, London.
London's calling somebody to ask for a roster spot. Ohio State has just lost 5 players to the transfer portal. Defensive backs Cameron Martinez, Kai Stokes, Ryan Turner, running back Evan Pryor, and of course, Kyle McCord, starting quarterback this year, has entered the portal, started every game for the Buckeyes this year, threw for 31-70, 24 tutties, and just 6 picks. But obviously 2 of them came in the biggest game of the year, went 11-1 as a starter and had 3 300-yard passing games. Ryan Day was non-committal to McCord's future as Ohio State's starter. He said, quote, when you come up short, the bottom line is you got to look at everything because you didn't get it done. And that's the thing that is just sobering here. At 11-1, you come up short on the last possession. It's just not good enough. So you got to look at everything, and we will look at everything. I know he was talking about the team. That felt real pointed, dog.
Was he?
Yeah, right. That felt real sharp, dude.
I hadn't heard that. So, yeah, I think McCord said, oh, yeah? Well, I'll just leave then.
Not good enough, huh, Coach? All right.
Perhaps psychology used to get rid of someone you might be benching?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe, possibly. If you're even still there.
Not really a shove to the portal, more of a gentle guide towards it. That's all. You know, the old hand on the lower back, like right this way, sir.
I'm gonna point over there, and there's this thing. It's like it's got a knob on it. It's called a door.
Yeah. You see it. See yourself out it. So we'll keep an eye on the portal for you through the last hour of the show. Once we get back here and rejoin each other for tomorrow, we will obviously have a much more introspective.
Well,
and
we're
deeper
not
look.
leaving yet though, because it's only 9:03.
Yeah, we still
so,
got 57 minutes of
The Alabama Invitational.
free football talk. Let's get to the National Football League, shall we? The San Francisco 49ers lost last year in the NFC Championship game to the Philadelphia Eagles. Of course, the Eagles would go on and be defeated by the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Let's remember why San Francisco lost to Philadelphia, though.
Because their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, well, the fact that they had to put him back in just to hand the ball off.
It was real bad. During the offseason, Debo said at one point to the harumphs of many a football fan that had Brock Purdy been available in that NFC title game last year, not only does he believe that San Francisco would have won, but he said he believes that they would have trounced Philly. And everybody went, oh, hold on just a second. You got to be kidding me. What do you mean, Debo? Right? Like they got you, dog. Well, yesterday, the San Francisco 49ers did play the Philadelphia Eagles in an NFC Championship rematch. It was the game of the weekend, or at least it was supposed to be. That is until the 49ers had the audacity to go beat the Eagles 42-19.
How dare they?
19 of 27 for 314 and 4 tutties went Brock Purdy in this game. League MVP frontrunner Jalen Hurts, 26 of 45 for 298, 1 touchdown, no interceptions in that game. A combined, dig this number, great one, out of Philadelphia's run game. If you take away the 20 yards accounted for by Jalen Hurts, who was the leading rusher for the Eagles, if you take those 20 off the board, the Eagles running backs accounted for 11 carries and 46 yards with no touchdowns. I'm going to tell you right now, this says more about San Francisco than Philly. I tuned into the one of the talking head shows earlier this morning, and they were talking about this game, and they're like, "Oh, I mean, can Philly establish the run game? Can Philly Guys, this has nothing to do with Philly's run game and everything to do with the fact that across the front seven, the San Francisco 49ers are, and I mean this, real good. Real good.
It's funny. So yesterday I'm watching the Panther game and the San Francisco-Philadelphia game is on, and my wife is like, she said, "Why are we watching this when we could be watching that?" And I looked at her and said, "Work." Because that's the only reason why I'm watching the Panther game, when I see what San Francisco is doing on the other channel, and I can just switch over there and watch some good football.
Yep. That's it.
If the 49ers stay healthy, we saw what happened when Debo and CMC went out. If they stay healthy, keep those two, especially those two, healthy, and Brock Purdy probably needs to be healthy too. They're might as well go ahead and crown them, Rob.
It's too early, because I also do think that if either McCaffrey or Debo becomes unavailable, this team is in trouble.
Yeah, we've seen that this season already. So.
And it went real bad. If either McCaffrey or Debo goes down, the 49ers, I mean, they're still going to be a threat, but like right now they're threat level midnight. And without one of them, forget both, without one of them, they're in trouble. However, I think last night showed this San Francisco, for all the talk about the offense, and there should be plenty of talk about the offense, the San Francisco offense is very good. With all this talk about the offense, San Francisco's defense is no joke, right? Now, I will acknowledge Philly missed a couple of passes. Devontae had a pass in the end zone, should have caught, should have brought down, should have been a tutty for Jalen Hurts through the air. But San Francisco's defense is real good, dude. Real good. And then, after that game went off the air, we all tuned in for another one that I thought would be interesting. I Did not think it would go the way that it went. In fact,
It definitely was interesting.
I capped my weekend in sports wagertainment with an L, as I thought Kansas City minus 5.5 felt like a lock. Felt like it was free money. I put half of what I won on the weekend on Kansas City minus 5.5.
Could you ever win on points with the Chiefs last year or this year?
After what they did to conclude last week, because the second half of last week, the Chiefs looked like the Chiefs, right? And I thought, all right, Andy found it. Andy found it. Little mojo gone, little guri disappeared. He's got to dig down. He's got to find something. I thought, uh-oh, the Chiefs have found a little something. And more importantly than all that, Lonzo, the Chiefs' super secret top weapon was in the building as the great Taylor Swift was in the house. Tay-Tay was in the house last night. And I thought to myself, my goodness, Travis Kelce is going to go off for like 120 and 2 touchdowns. And what I ended up saying at halftime was, hey, Rob, because he didn't do that. He didn't have a bad day. 4 catches, 81 yards. Mahomes got out flat out. Mahomes got outdueled by Jordan Love. The Packers, who, by the way, have now won 3 in a row, are now back to 500 at 6-6. They are still well behind the Detroit Lions in the NFC North. That division is pretty much over, but the Packers are going to make a valiant effort at it, I'm sure. 3 consecutive dubs, but again, I don't think the story is sure, it's the Packers. Jordan Love had a day, 267 yards, 3 touchdowns on 25 of 36. But the story here is the Chiefs are not the dominant AFC team anymore.
I don't remember the rule. So if you get ejected in the NFL, are you out the next game if it's in the second half, or are you just ejected
No,
for
you
that
missed
game? Okay, all right. A little worried about Pacheco not being available after he threw the punch.
Which was so dumb.
Punches were thrown all over the NFL yesterday. It was dumb. It absolutely was. There are a bunch of non-calls in that game. And also you got some defensive guys going down to injury. It was really cold. And, you can come up with a lot of reasons. They're still in the playoffs, at least unless they lose the rest of their games. They're still in the playoffs. They're not going to have the number 1 seed, but so what?
I think you have 2 stories here. I think you have the fact that it does appear that it is unlikely at this point that the Chiefs will have the 1 seed in the AFC. So I think the streak of AFC title games going through Kansas City is statistically likely to come to an end this year. It's not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination.
How many games you got left? 5?
You got 5 games left.
Yeah.
So you are sitting on 5 games remaining. The Dolphins have a 1-game lead on the Chiefs, though a square would mean the Chiefs get the tiebreak there because they won head-to-head. And that matters, not in college football, but it does in the NFL. You are a game back of the Ravens, who are 9-3, and you are level with the Jaguars, who are 8-3. Right, actually, you're technically a half game back of Jacksonville, who is 8-3. I don't think it's a guarantee the AFC is running through. By the way, I really thought the Broncos were going to get. How about the damn Texans, dude? How about the damn Texans?
What about the Texans has made them a better team? What is
D'Amico Ryans?
Is it? Yeah. Okay, we can go with that if that's what you want.
Or
maybe a certain quarterback that, another team could have had number 1, but they passed on him because he didn't test well.
I don't think they passed on him because he didn't test
well.
well.
He was number 1.
Sure.
Yeah, it was for sure the narrative. If Nicole would have only liked CJ, the Panthers would be winning right now, but she didn't. Because that Bryce, he's so cute.
The Panthers would have 3 wins with CJ right now.
I don't know. He's just
not that big of a difference.
He's magic.
And by the way, now that they have lost Nico for the season with Tank for the season with a broke leg, a rookie who was doing the absolute most Now that they have lost Tank Dell, these Texans are about to slow down dramatically because CJ is now dealing with a wide receiver core that is much, much closer in quality to what Bryce Young is dealing with right now than before. Tank Dell was a big part of that team, and now they don't have that guy. By the way, why the hell are you sending Tank Dell in to interior block on a touchdown run from a yard and a half out? That would be
Because
like
it's his job,
no.
or it was. It's not anymore.
You find a better way to do that. You find a better.
You
way
have
to
just
do
talked
that.
about, how bad that team is. So you put in the guy who you think is going to be able to make sure the play works.
No, you do not send an undersized wide receiver. Because if you think BY small, Tank Dell is 5'8", 165. You're going to throw him under your offensive line? Not a smart plan.
They will not be as good as they were
Nope.
but they're still going to be fine. They're already so much more than what anyone thought they would be. If they make the playoffs, what a story that
If
is.
they don't win another game, it's a successful season.
I mean, you can chalk that up to the coach, and I'm sure that's definitely a part of it, but you got to give CJ Stroud some credit.
Oh, 100%. CJ's, listen, I will be the first to tell you, CJ Stroud's in the MVP conversation right now. Hands down, he's in the MVP conversation right now. They have, how about this schedule, Zoe? Now, they got to do it without Tank Dell now. But without Tank Dell, they've got Jets, Titans, Browns, Titans, Colts.
Except for that last game, everything else is, yeah.
Honestly, I don't even know that the Colts game is unwinnable for
Did
them.
you not see what Minshew did yesterday?
I mean, yeah, but they won by 3 over Tennessee, right? That wasn't winning by 3 over Kansas City. It was a 3-point win over Tennessee. And Tennessee is, and again, this is also true, bad at football at 4-8. Legit, the Texans, let's see, what are the Colts? The Colts are sitting at 7-5. The Texans could win down the stretch. They got 5 left. 4 of the 5, reasonably. Could win 4 of the 5. And winning 4 of 5 would put them neck and neck with Jacksonville for the. Could you imagine if that team won this division?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Golly.
I mean, it's just awesome that they're in playoff contention right now.
For the record, DeMeco Ryans is the NFL's coach of the year, right? Is there anybody else?
If they make playoffs, for sure.
If they make the playoffs, for sure. Even if they don't, their win total was what? 3? They're a game behind Jacksonville for the division. And by the way, not a bad division. Not a bad division. I'm going to go ahead and say right now, DeMeco Ryans is already the coach of the year as far as I'm concerned. This team had 0 expectations with a rookie quarterback, and all he's done is gotten his rookie into the MVP race and his team within a half game of the division. Yes.
Zach on the stream believes it should be Shane Steichen. I don't know why.
Steichen probably deserves to be in the conversation.
Absolutely, because first of all, he started a rookie quarterback. That quarterback got hurt, and now he's going with Gardner Minshew, who's had moments of good. But the fact that they're in playoff contention after Jeff Saturday, after Jeff Saturday, Rob.
Yeah, I think both of those guys got thrown into a dumpster fire. TBH. Let's see. The Texans beat the Jaguars back in week 3, lost to them by a field goal last weekend. So they will need to win out and get some help, I think. But they're in the mix, which is all you can ask for.
You know, I really wanted to come in and talk about what's considered pass interference anymore. But I know what pass interference means to you. So I decided to not do that. You were already in a mood.
And you brought it up, which is the same as just doing a segment about it.
Well, because they're showing Panthers and Chiefs, and there was an obvious call near the end of the game that was not called. And it happens.
I did love,
and the referees has come out and said, "Oh, we just didn't see it."
I did love the referees at their end. They're like, well, if it wasn't a Hail Mary, it would have been pass interference. I'm like, so it was pass interference, right? But it was a Hail Mary, right? But so it was pass interference.
That's,
oh yeah, no, 100%. He got him.
That's the call I was
Yeah,
talking
100%,
about.
100%,
But yeah,
100% he got
yeah,
him.
the Hail Mary for sure was pass interference.
100% he got him. Yeah, I think there were a couple of iffies last night. Really all day yesterday. Dude, is NFL officiating the worst it's ever been? With the exception of that 1 year and that one pass interference call?
It's been pretty bad this year because
Yeah.
we've been talking. I mean, they come up like every weekend, something happened that shouldn't have happened, or multiples. I think it's more multiple things of calls and non-calls.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Anyway, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we got to take a break.
His adrenaline is worn off.
It has.
He's worn out.
I took some deep breaths. I feel better. Okay. Wait a minute. I have a clip for that. There it is.
Not the same as actually doing it yourself, though.
The Alabama Invitational.
Should we talk about, we got to talk, do we need to talk about Dom DeSandro? Hey, old Dom DeSandro, huh? I'm just saying, I work security, huh? Let's take a break. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Quick live read. boy can dream.
We were almost checked out. Are you Lonzo? Yes, I am. JD was funny though, because he said, I don't care what Rob says. I'm not going to try to hug you. I told my wife, if he said, can I have a hug anyway? I'll say, yeah, but I linger. She's like, I would just die if you did that. No, the worst thing is, you know, the people who do recognize you, then all the people who don't are like, well, who is that? You know? If the cashier would ask me, I would say, yeah, I just work at KFC. He loves chicken. He's a big chicken fan.
Bro, the split between people who hate the Kong Godzilla trailer and the people who love it is pretty 50-50, and it's pretty polarizing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things about the video where I went, okay, or the trailer, they did so well up to this point. This one has me worried. It just does. Because this is going back to when I was a Ute. And what it used to be. It looks a little more like, in parts of the trailer, two dudes in suits running in the.
For sure.
Yeah. I think I think they're comparing it to Godzilla minus one, the trailer.
Like a real serious movie.
Yeah. So because of
Did
that,
you said you watched it?
I saw the trailer. I didn't watch it, but I've heard a lot of people really loved it.
I've heard it's real good.
Let's just leave after the show and go see it.
I don't hate that plan. The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown and the Great One Lonzo with you on a beautiful Upstate Monday morning. So let's talk Carolina here for just a minute after they drop their 11th game, now at 1-11, and the first National Football League team to be officially removed from playoff contention. There is no path to the postseason for the Cats.
I think the biggest shock there is that just now they just now were eliminated. Really?
Yeah. In any other division, this happened 3 weeks ago. In this division, God, this division's trash. Anyway, I'm somebody this weekend, buddy of mine was like, Rob, it's the most competitive division in football. Yeah. Okay, cool. Super awesome dudes. Anyway, Carolina is out. We have gotten some speculation that has been going around about the future of the Cats, and one of them is this. Scott Fitterer, according to reports out of Charlotte, North Carolina, is expected, they expect that he knows that they are fighting for their lives, that he is fighting for his job right now. Now, I'm going to tell you, I do not think Scott Fitterer is getting fired. I don't. Primarily because I think Scott Fitterer is nothing more than a glorified David Tepper yes man, right? Tep might as well just be the GM. I do believe, based on the conversations I've had with folks who cover this team, that Fitterer calls the shots, right? We talked last week with Rashad about the story that was going around that when Ron Rivera was the coach in his final year, that Tep walked up to him at practice with a note that said, change your defense's foundation, and made him do it. Tep's the GM, but he's got to have somebody to be the sacrificial lamb. He's got to have somebody that eats up all the hate, right? And I've told you guys for a long time. We had the conversation. I don't know if you remember it. Matt Rule's, beginning of his third year or middle of his third year, went to a Hornets game with his kids. And when they showed him on the screen, he got booed out of the arena. And the Hornets crowd started chanting, fire Rule, fire Rule. Everybody's like, oh, that's awful. That's awful. And I went, for the amount of money that you are paying Matt Rule, you can walk up to me and flip me off in my face every day of the week. I'm good with that.
Yeah, like that never happens.
I know, but I'd just be getting paid for it then. So the rumor going round is that Scott Fitterer believes that he is GMing for his job right now. I don't think it's true because, like I said, I think he's a glorified yes man that can kind of take the fall for Tep when things go bad, and things are going real bad. But the second bit of news that came out was that they are already pressing on with their head coaching search. They are already pressing on to find who is the next dude. Well, the expectation right now is that the next dude is going to be an offensive-minded head coach, primarily somebody who can help quarterback Bryce Young. Well, is that not the exact description of Frank Reich? Was that not the exact description that you were looking for that brought Frank Reich to Charlotte? Offensive-minded coach who can help a quarterback. Now, I'm not saying that it's a bad description to utilize to find your next head coach. I'm good with that. That's exactly what you need to do. What I'm saying is you need to find Mike McDaniel Volume 2.0. That's what you're going for. This needs to be a hire that everybody goes, wow, that's real interesting. This does not need to be a retread. This does not need to be somebody who's had mild success. This needs to be somebody that is going to come in with a new look, a new attitude, a new perspective on the Cats, on the team, on coaching. It needs to be somebody who has a different mentality than everything that's been done in Carolina, because here is your unfortunate reality. Whether it's a retread or it's Bill Belichick or anybody else, if you bring them in and they are not able to change the foundational culture of this locker room like McDaniel did at Miami, like Steichen did at Indianapolis, if you're not able to bring in somebody like D'Amico did at Houston, if you're not able to bring in somebody who is young and can change the thinking, the culture of this program, you are screwed for the next 6 years. Okay? You are deeply locked in with Bryce Young. The conversation about whether he was the right pick or not, it's fun. We can have it. Day by day, it grabs more validity as a conversation for sure. I'm not arguing that. We can have that conversation. That conversation is fun for the sake of a radio dude. But you're locked in with this cat. You have given up too much for and paid too much to Bryce Young to do anything for the next couple of years. You are locked in on him. So you have got to figure out a way. You have got to figure out a way to make something happen around him. Because if you don't, it doesn't matter anyway. You're stuck with him for a couple of years. You're not going to have the money to go get the next big thing that comes available after that. And on top of that, if you're getting it handed to you for the next couple of years, who the hell's going to want to come there as a free agent anyway, right? So you are going to have one crack at finding a McDaniel, a Ryan, a Steichen. You're going to have one crack at finding one of those guys and changing the foundation of the culture. So I don't have a problem with...
Wait. Did you say crack?
Oh, who's in the portal?
That's not it. According to several different sources, Clemson has officially hired Matt Luke and Chris Rump as assistant coaches.
Okay, there you go. Guess I got some research to do at the end of the show. We'll have some updates on that for you tomorrow. Breaking news, of course, as always, brought to you by our friends at BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, and beat the books with our friends at BetQL. Dabo Swinney announced that Matt Luke has been named the offensive line coach. Chris Rump, defensive end coach. Both hires officially approved by the Clemson University Board of Trustees Compensation Committee earlier this morning, according to a statement. Luke, who is 47, brings more than 20 years of experience as an offensive line coach, co-offensive coordinator, and head coach. Most recently, served as the assistant head coach and offensive line coach at Georgia from 2020 to 2021, helping the Bulldogs go 22-3 during that span, helped guide Georgia to its first national title in 41 years in 2021. In his 2 seasons, players under Luke's tutelage accounted for 3 All-SEC honors and 4 NFL draft selections. Luke spent 8 seasons at Ole Miss from 2012 to 19, serving as the Rebels' assistant head coach and O-line coach from 2012 to 16, was elevated to interim head coach in the weeks leading up to the 2017 season. A native of Gulfport, Mississippi. And there you go. There's Matt Luke. We'll get some more thoughts on him tomorrow. As for Rumph, 51 years old, returns to Clemson with over 25 years of coaching experience, including the last 4 at the NFL level, 17 years of D1 experience from 2003 to 19. Can I tell you how much it hurts, Lonzo, when he goes 17 years of D1 experience that began after I graduated from high school? So that's cool.
I think you're talking to the wrong person
Yeah.
about that. So yeah, I completely get it.
After serving as head coach at Calhoun County High School from 97 to 01, he went to coach at South Carolina State as defensive backs coach, outside linebackers coach at Memphis from 03 to 05, made his Power 5 coaching debut at Clemson, where he served as the D-line coach from 2006 to 10. In Ruff's first stint at Clemson, he contributed to the success of 2 of the most decorated defensive ends in program history. In 06, he worked with Gaines Adams, who became the second unanimous All-American in program history that season before being selected with the number 4 overall pick in 07. In 2010, he guided junior Daquan Bowers, now a member of Clemson's support staff, as Bowers led the nation in sacks and tackles for a loss en route to winning both the Nagurski Trophy and the Ted Hendricks Award. So, hey, good hires, man. Good hires. Like I said, I'll need to dial in and take a look at some of the strategeries of these.
You're
two
also
men.
bothering many people on the stream, and all I gotta say is you're all old.
Yeah.
Every one of you is old.
I had to think about it. You have to think about it. All right. So Clemson rounds the coaching staff back out there with a couple of hires.
That was
today.
pretty quick.
I gotta feel like Dabo knew the direction he wanted to go there, right? Dabo knew the direction he was going to go. I don't think that Rumph is a guy you're going to look at and go, oh, it's another Dabo hire. This dude's been around like a while. And he hadn't been there since, 2010, right? So I don't feel like this is one that you're going to chalk up under Dabo hires Dabo guys. Like, it's great that he's got familiarity. Words are hard.
He understands the Clemson way, Rob.
Yeah. He's got familiarity with the program, but also he hasn't been there in well over a dozen years, right? 2010 was 212 years ago. So you got a guy who's got some familiarity, but not a guy who's like going to be a yes man. And as far as Matt Luke, that guy's got nothing connected there. But he's a guy who understands competing at the SEC level. He's a guy that has been elevated in his role multiple times, served as an interim coach. I like it. I like the hires. All right, a couple of texts that have come in so far. Texas said, let me try to get this straight. The committee lets cheaters in and left a conference champ out. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the cheaters were conference champs.
You said none of that talk this hour.
The Alabama Invitational.
I'm just reading text.
Okay. All right. You can skip over those texts. I understand they're important because it's listeners venting and giving their opinion, but you
And
said,
listeners come first, Lonzo.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Okay, fine.
Texture said, Rob, it's not Jaguars. Yes, I know it's Jaguars, but
Jaggers.
it just makes me laugh at this point. Texture said, Michael Scarn reference for the win. I am glad you caught the threat level midnight reference. Well done.
Okay, because I was puzzled over it, but I didn't want to bring it up because you were on a roll. So I still don't know what it is, but I can look it up.
It's from The Office. Texture said, college football has the worst postseason in all of sports. Rob is 100% correct. The NFL is a far superior product to college football.
By the
It
way,
is.
not all college football. Just this level of college football,
Just
because because the other level, they're doing pretty well, including the Furman Paladins who play Friday night at 7:30 airtime right here on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah. If you have been parading around that you love college football for the love of the game, you better get your behind to Furman. Well, I mean, not this time. I think they're on the road this week.
They're playing Montana. I believe it might
Did
actually.
you see the games in the FCS first round up in the north this weekend? Couldn't see the damn field. I don't know how they referee that game. As soon as they wipe snow off a yard marker, it's
football,
covered
Rob.
up again.
It's football.
No,
No,
that.
that's football.
That's
around,
miserable.
around here, they postponed the game because it rained.
Yeah.
That's football, dude. I mean, come on.
Screw that, dude. Screw that. No interest.
I do
in that.
believe this is the most times we've said "dude" in this entire program since I got traded. It's dude has been.
It has been noted that I say dude a lot when I'm mad.
Yeah,
It has been noted.
it's been there, and it's catching the dude thing.
Texture said ESPN protected their money brand.
The Alabama Invitational.
Yep. Texture said this travesty was designed to prove to us why we need a 12-team playoff next year. Yeah, I've already said that, and I agree entirely, Texter. That is 100% correct. All right? And that is all that I'm going to mention.
The Alabama Invitational.
Thanks, Shannon Sharp. I still haven't played that whole clip. I probably should at some point. It's really good, though. It's real good. Real good. All right, let's take a break. James said domes for everyone. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Wimpy.
At least put a roof over the field. All right. Even if you're not going to dome it in, at least put a roof over
If
the
you're
field.
gonna play football, do it outside in the
Man.
elements as God intended.
Let's play slippery ball.
Oh yeah.
Who cannot slip with the ball?
Well, it's
Whoever is the best stander upper is going to win.
daggum right.
Zach said, breaking news, Oklahoma quarterback Dylan Gabriel has entered the transfer portal. That one's real interesting. That's a dude right there. That's a get you to the playoff dude right there. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Way to out-talk the bed.
I talked to the bed.
Well, you hit the post
And
there,
nailed it.
but you got lucky because the liner had music behind it. If it didn't, then it would have been dry and then it wouldn't have worked. You had some sort of precognition.
I have the ESPN.
Got the ESPN, coach. He's already talked about that, Zach. You guys were just here from the beginning of the show at 6 a.m. and listened for all 4 hours. What's wrong with you? I mean, like you got something else to do. Yes, he said that he would like to fist fight Dennis Allen in a Costco parking lot, which was very specific. I don't know why. It's what omnipotence is about, James. Everywhere. All at once. Yes, he said Costco parking lot. So he could get a hot dog after he whooped his butt. Yes. And then he mentioned that Dennis Allen would actually whip his butt. So I don't know. I haven't seen Dennis Allen in person, so.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Different how? Sell high commission investment products, right? No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products. Well, you must earn commissions on trades. Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. How do you know what's in their best interest? We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs. But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees. No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better. Wow, you really do look out for your clients. That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management. Investments and securities involved with risk of loss.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get up to 40% off vanities. And there's more. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories from trusted top brands like DeWalt.
That was actually in the Sports Flash. I only read it once because Rob just doesn't think I can say names. But when it comes down to if there's names that I can't say, I just take them out of the thing. So it was not very graceful, by the way. So this Dylan Gabriel dude, is he an upgrade from
Yes.
Kyle McCord?
Yes.
Just curious.
Yes.
Time for the collectives to get going. Start ponying up some cash. Let's go nationwide and everybody, Wendy's, everyone that's in Ohio.
I lied. I'm bringing it back up. Bowl games are meaningless. I don't care if Florida State wins by 100, loses by 100, wins by 1, loses by 1. I don't care. I don't care. Their best players won't be playing. The game at the Orange Bowl is meaningless. It was meaningless when Clemson played Tennessee. It was meaningless in the Gator Bowl when South Carolina played Notre Dame. These games are glorified practice snaps, all right?
By the way, you can hear many of those games right here on the Fan Upstate, and we would love for you to tune in.
Sure would. If you would like to get a look at the future of these programs, take a gander, all right? Take a gander. You got guys that are going in and out of the portal, so none of those guys are available. You got NFL draft players who are not going to play and risk their NFL career for a meaningless bowl game. You can argue that the games sentimentally mean something to you, and that's fine, but that doesn't give them value to anyone but you. You can be very concerned. And the reason I got a text during the break, when FSU gets curb stomped by Georgia, I think people will calm down. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. And I'll say the same damn thing if Florida State beats Georgia. It doesn't matter. There are 3 bowl games that matter. The 2 semis and the Natty. That's it. Nothing else matters. They matter to the school, but they matter for the paycheck. Okay? They matter for the paycheck, not the games themselves. There's no awards that people are going to, we're the 2017 Citrus Bowl champions. Who gives a damn?
By the way, looking forward to Ohio State versus Missouri because I'm curious who the quarterback's going to be.
Yeah. Marvin Harrison Jr. not going to play in that game? No chance. He's not going to blow his NFL career for a meaningless game.
Has he said that?
No, I don't need him to. I'll tell you right now. They're meaningless games. They have zero value to them other than a few hours of entertainment. Again, I'm going to watch all of them. I promise you I will watch more bowl games than any of you. I promise you.
I just want to say that this is all for our entertainment. I don't know why that would be more or less entertaining.
Winning a championship means something. Winning a conference championship means something. Winning a semi means something. Winning a natty
but
means
who does it truly mean something to? It means something to the universities and the players and the coaches. If you're a fan, good. What do you get? Hey, my team won. Good for you. Good for you.
It's meaningless. So You are not going to go, oh, the committee will be justified if FSU loses to Georgia. No, they won't. No, they won't. That changes nothing. You have a better argument of hitting me with Alabama's just a better team, Rob. That's at least an argument that holds water. Will they lose to Georgia? I bet they will. Without Keon Coleman, without Johnny Wilson, without Jared Verse, without the guys who made them 13-0 and ACC champions. Without a doubt. I don't care. Bowl games are meaningless games. You are never going to get a 5-star to come to your house and pick you because we won the Gator Bowl. We won the Citrus Bowl. We won the Independence Bowl. Nobody cares. Tim Frisbee and I have been butting heads on Twitter all weekend long, but we're lockstep on this one when he says a paycheck and 15 practices. That's what a bowl game is worth. Yep. That's it.
Which is awesome for the future of the program because you get to get some people, get some more practices, and you get paid.
That's it. But it doesn't have any meaning on the success of or failure of the team in season.
I wonder if those packages that players get for going to a bowl game.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl?
Dude, I mean, come on. Pop-Tarts for a good supply of Pop-Tarts, especially if you get to pick what kind. I'm just curious if there's like an NIL ticket in there also with maybe a check, an NIL check in their goodie bags.
No, got to have a contract for that. Can't just give away money. Not how it works.
Sure you can. Well, they're giving away stuff. Why can't they give away money? It's the same thing. If you're getting some Beats headphones, those things are pretty expensive. Why not just throw a check in there too? I've never actually seen one of those bags. They could already come with checks before now. I don't know.
They do not come with checks.
How do you know? You ain't seen one either.
I'm too stressed out for this
The
today.
Tim, do they come with checks? let me know.
Dude, the bowl games are meaningless. You are not going to get away with, oh, Georgia beat Florida State, therefore no, it's not a real game. It's not a real game. They're not real games. They're fun. I'm going to watch them. I enjoy them. I'll keep an eye on them. I'll watch more bowl games than all of you. They don't mean anything.
Is the Pop-Tarts Bowl real?
Yes.
It is?
Not only is it real, but they have a mascot. That is an edible Pop-Tart.
Wait a minute. It's edible?
Yes.
I mean, you can eat
the winning team will get to eat the mascot.
While they're wearing the...
I have no idea. I'm hoping they're going to take the person out of it first.
It's going to be like after 9 o'clock. That sounds a little risque.
But basically, the Pop-Tarts Bowl looked at the Duke's Mayo bath and was like, how do we one-up that? Oh, I got it. 6-foot-tall edible Pop-Tart.
How thick would it have to be for someone to wear the Pop-Tart?
I don't know. All I know is
That's
they're
like
going edible Pop-Tart mascot.
One bite and you've like eaten the amount of like 5 Pop-Tarts.
I got nothing. I don't know. I just know we have an edible mascot. And that is more newsworthy than the result of the game itself.
I just out of everything I've heard today, this is the first time I'm shocked that there's a Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Yeah.
At the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl, did they get weed eaters?
I have no idea.
I mean, because
I don't think
that'd be kind of cool.
I don't think the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl was still in existence when I was born.
No, I think it might have been around. You might just not have been old enough to.
Maybe not. Anyway, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Bowl games are the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I don't even, all the rest of the stuff I said was just wasted words. When somebody hit me with, oh, the bowl game results. Yeah. The Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's how I gauge the direction of a program. The result of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. No disrespect to Pop-Tarts. I'm a big fan. Pop-Tarts have been a staple of the Rob Brown Show since I was a child. I love Pop-Tarts. I'm a huge brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tart guy.
By the way, NC State to meet Kansas State in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
There you go.
Which is in Orlando.
There you go.
I mean, I don't care what it's called. You're going to Orlando. At least you're going somewhere warm.
There you go.
There's a Pop-Tarts Bowl pep rally.
Let's go.
I don't know if Texas A&M.
If they're handing out free Pop-Tarts, I'm in. All right. Joey B is saying it's the former Cheez-It Bowl. I believe that is correct.
They have
Actually, I know
the
that's correct.
Pop-Tarts Bowl parade of bands.
Again, I'm in for all the festivities. I like a party. All right. I'll go to the Pop-Tart parade. I'm assuming at some point there will be like a Pop-Tart testing laboratory, right? The players will get to try all these like exotic Pop-Tart flavors. I think that's great.
They've signed a multi-year deal. So, by the way, the Pop-Tarts Bowl is here to stay for a while.
I'm good for all of it. Just stop telling me it matters. It doesn't.
Why are you talking over stuff, man? I'd segued where it needed to be.
said.
Okay, finally, let us talk about what is Xing really quick. The first thing that's Xing is hashtag Bailey is hot.
Yep.
Okay, the next.
Bailey thick with 2 C's.
Yeah, well, it's for some reason it's trending right now.
She tweeted it.
Yeah, because she
put up a picture of herself.
She loves it. And some
So do
kids, people are holding up signs. And stuff. I guess that's one way to. All right, the next thing that is Xing, and the final thing that is Xing, because it's all we have time for, is Arch Manning.
Arch Manning, did he go in the portal yet? Do we know? Will we know? Can we know? Find out on tomorrow's episode of The Rob Brown Show. We'll get you up to date on the transfer tracker as we all prepare ourselves for
The Alabama Invitational.
coming up on the 1st of the new year.
Can you promise to be a little more calm tomorrow?
The Alabama Invitational.
Nope.
I guess not.
Nope. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it. And if you didn't, I don't care. We'll do better tomorrow. All right.
Go eat some Pop-Tarts.
Before we get out, I walked in the bathroom. The boss is in there. He goes, Rob Brown, I got 2 words for you. I said, calm down. He goes, no, roll tide.
That's my guy.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
By the way, the boss doesn't laugh like that. He has a manly laugh. It's a laugh that everyone would be envious of.
Infuriating. I was like, really, dude? I almost called Lonzo. I mean, HR. Infuriating. Let's see here. Wondering if Milroe broke his leg on the last few snaps, would they have left Bama out? Because I venture to say no, they would have done the same bull SH exclamation point T. Correct. They would have come up with another justification for what happened. Stupid, man. Stupid. I do not apologize for being upset and angry today. Zach, good call. That trade for Kalenic is a masterclass. I love this guy. Incredible upside, very little downside. Struggled hitting the ball this year, had some injuries, came back, wasn't the same player before, but he was also, I think, kind of rushed back. Keep him out of his own head. He's going to be good. And your outfield is set now.
Godzilla is on at 11:30. Just saying. I just checked.
I don't know if I can do it today. Tomorrow is a very good possibility.
Why put off till tomorrow what you can do today?
Because I have things to do today.
Oh, so do I. But you know what? I also have some leverage right now. So, I mean, why not use it? I'm going home. I'm going to a movie because I want to.
Are you going to the movie?
No.
I respect that.
No, not without you. I thought we were going to go see it together, but I don't think I've never been to a theater by myself. I know there are a lot of people that do that. Yeah, but not me. I can't.
Yes. Our buddy Chris, who was a big Mariners fan, Joey B, was also texting me last night, and I can't read you those texts because the FCC would find me, and I'm on the stream where I'm allowed to say bad words.
Yeah, there's no regulation here.
Yeah, no.
You can just make the station look bad, but some people do that all the time already. So I mean,
Yep. Chop it up, B. For sure.
Blocking you, and I'm blocking you,
Everybody
and I'm
catching
blocking you. Y'all getting blocked.
Everybody catching else. Everybody catching else. All right, dudes and dudettes. Thank you guys for hanging out. I do appreciate it sincerely. I will maybe be back to myself tomorrow. We'll see. I'll do.
Oh no, that's the real him right there. You should be in the office after the show.
It's not wrong. Have a great day, everybody. Goodbye.